My speaker on my phone doesn't work. I'm trying to find headphones.
Do I have to say something when we're walking in? Do I push start?
No. Tara, I got court.
All right, Angel. Come in here. Let's get you taken care of. Let's see on the bar somewhere. What to be on YouTube? You got an attorney.
Yes,
Is that him?
yeah.
Mr. Bertram?
Yes,
I have your client here, Angel Rains.
excuse me?
Do you have a client by the name of Angel Rains?
Yes, I do.
I have her ready for court whenever.
Okay, is she on the screen there under KCIW.records?
Yes, she is.
Okay, she's right beside me. Okay, that's fine. I th- I I will try to send her. Well, I don't. Is there some way I can call her on the phone?
Yes, actually there is.
Okay, what is the number to call?
It's 502-241-8454. The extension is 3357.
Okay, I'll call her right now. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Hello. Hey.
Yeah.
It won't let me type.
I'm trying to call you, but I can't get through.
And I can't. And I don't have his number. Copy of that, and your kids read me the letter you want him to read. I think it's fine that you do that. I can't, won't let me.
Just wave at me if you're reading this.
Hmm.
He said, just wave at me if you're reading this.
Send that up. Maybe you can see that. Oh, yeah. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Let's see here. We'll call him.
Yeah.
I hate this. I'm so sorry. 270 343 7522.
That it.
Mr. Bertram? Hey, I'm so sorry about that. I don't know why it won't go through. But here is your client. You can speak with her.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're-
Okay, I don't know. We got to go on. Why I can't we listen to it? We must listen to those too. Oh. Okay, hit it. That muted it. Mhm.
Bertram, would you like me to create a breakout room so that you can talk to your client privately?
I don't see mute. There's
Okay, let's come to order, please.
Doors.
Everybody, come to order.
I just turned it down though, ain't it? Oh, we don't want to leave meeting. We
Okay,
don't want to
if
leave
you're,
meeting. We'll
wait,
get got it.
okay, listen, everybody. If you're not involved in the case, I call, turn your camera off, turn your microphone off, okay? This is Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Christopher Lee Burton, 20 CR 0031. Bring Mr. Burton out. KCIW screen. Who is that there? The KCI.
Yes, sir. I have Miss Angel Raines.
Okay, you need to turn your camera off.
Okay, thank you.
You can continue to listen, but you need to turn your camera off. This is Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Christopher Lee Burton. Are you Christopher Lee Burton? Okay, now, if y'all want to stand away from Mr. Burton a little bit, I'm going to let him take his mask off so it won't be so hard for him to talk. Have you been vaccinated, Mr. Burton? Okay, so we're in good shape here. Mr. Burton, we have a case here.
Mr. Bertram?
Okay, somebody has their, who is KCIW Records? You need to mute your microphone. Megan, who is that there? Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Burton, I understand that a motion has been filed that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol, sir? Okay, what are the last four digits of your social security number?
855
And what is your date of birth?
41578.
Okay, now the plea you're about to give, is it freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
You're the same person named in indictment 20 CR 0031.
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment prepared today in any way? Now you've discussed this matter with your attorney, is that correct? Have you had plenty of time to do that? You feel like you're fully informed about your case? And are you satisfied with his representation? Okay. Now, you've reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you. Do you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today? You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. And before I can accept your plea, I need to know that you understand those rights, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, the Commonwealth is going to make a recommendation in a few minutes that they say you've agreed to. I may consider that, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation or agreement. But if I don't accept it, prior to accepting or not accepting, I'll wait a pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the agreement, I'll give you a right to withdraw your plea, and you can still have a trial. In other words, I'm bound by your plea unless you agree to something different, and you can still have a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Burton, will you step over to your left here? Mr. Stockton, will you come up to the podium? And Mr. Burton, if you'll listen very closely, Mr. Burton, to what he says, make sure this is what you agree to. Mr. Stockton, you may proceed.
Your Honor, please.
Okay, wait just a second. Let's turn this thing around here. That camera needs to be pointed there. I hadn't got, no, toward the Okay. Okay, now, Mr. Stocker, go ahead.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's recommendation would be upon a plea of guilty to complicity to assault first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 20 years. Upon a plea of burglary to guilty of burglary first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 20 years. Those same 20 years shall run concurrently for a total of 20 years to serve. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. He'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant agrees to cooperate with the Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Joseph Belger as regards preparation of trial and shall testify truthfully if there is a trial. And that's the conclusion of the recommendation.
Okay, if you'll step back. Mr. Burton, I didn't have you on camera previously. So you're the same person who just made the statements a few minutes ago. Okay. Now you've heard the recommendation of the Commonwealth. Is that what you have agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone, including your attorney, threatened you in any way or coerced you to enter this plea?
No.
You're pleading guilty of the acts because you are guilty. Is that correct? Now, knowing the potential constitutional rights I've explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty to the charges, and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range as permitted by law?
Yes.
Now, you understand that any future conviction that you had could be enhanced under the persistent felony offender law because of this plea? Is that, you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, is that your signature? You have a document there. Is that your signature on there? Now, I'm going to accept your plea, sir, and we'll order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. And thank you, Sheriff. The next day that we will be here is July, is it July, it's July 9th?
15th.
July the 15th. My little list is gone ahead there.
Your Honor, we do sentencing after completing the Everett case. It's that. Or you want to play that?
Well, he's entered a plea.
I think what we could do, if Mr. Hurt wants to. Could you? Yeah. Yeah, it's on the record. Okay, yeah, let's just do it, it'd be loudly fine.
Could we do it in July and then you make those conditions in there and we can, it can be revoked at that particular situation. And if you come up with any other situation that would allow it to go. Okay, so we will be here on July the 15th, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Now, file these in the record here. Okay, thank you.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I'm going to go through the docket now. And Mr. Stockton's going to go over to get on his computer. So we'll have a little lag time right here, probably about
Judge,
7. Yes.
we have a special prosecutor on.
Okay, well, which case is that?
Commonwealth versus Christopher Thrasher.
Okay, well, let's go to that then. Thank you very much. Commonwealth versus Christopher Thrasher.
Morning, Judge.
Hello, how are you doing, Mr. Leverage? Let me
Well, how are you all this morning?
Blessed, thank you. Okay, I finally found it here. The docket is so long today that it's hard to find it. Commonwealth versus Christopher Thrasher, 20 CR 0087. Are you Christopher Thrasher?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You're here today for a pretrial conference. You're represented by counsel.
Yes, I am.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. This is Carrie Weiss from Greg Goosley's office. I don't know if you can see me on the screen, but we represent Mr.
I can, but it didn't identify you.
Oh, I apologize for that.
Okay, identify yourself and enter your appearance.
Carrie Weiss on behalf of Christopher Thrasher.
Okay. We're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say, Mr. Leverage?
Judge, Mr. Oosley and Ms. Weiss and I have spoken this morning about the status of the case. We believe if we had a pretrial date in July or August, we would either on that date be ready to announce a plea or set the case for trial.
Okay, well, I can do either July or August, either one you want. Which would you prefer?
I don't have a preference, Judge. Whatever Mr. Oosley and Ms. Weiss is convenient with them is fine with me.
Your Honor, if we could do August, that would give us extra time, and I think we could get this resolved.
August the 12th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Has there been any complaint about Mr. Thrasher's bond or anything to you, Mr. Leverage?
As far as I know, Judge, there are no complaints that I have heard.
Okay, we continue on the same bond. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Judge.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah,
May I be excused, sir?
Be excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, now, let's, I guess we're waiting for Mr. Stockton to make it back over to his office over there.
Your Honor, this is George Burton.
Yes.
KCIW has just messaged me and requested that Ms. Raines's case be moved up if possible. They have another hearing in another court here shortly. So they just asked me to do that. I messaged.
Okay, that'll be fine.
I just messaged Megan.
That'll be fine. That'll be fine. We'll do it. Yeah, you got this camera lock off here. As soon as Mr. Stockton gets on, the next case will be Commonwealth Kentucky versus West Raines, 21 CR 0028.
It was Angela Raines, Judge.
Okay.
I believe she's on the docket. It's both Angela Raines and Angela Riddle.
Okay. Yeah, they were only that hers was in between, and they were out of alphabetical order because of that. So I thank you. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Angie Raines, also known as Angie Renee Riddle. As soon as Mr. Stockton gets online here, we'll be good. You need to You need to call the main officer. Okay. Megan, could you enter an order for me or send an order over here canceling those trials for Monday, Tuesday, that trial for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, so we'll put in the record?
Yeah, it'll be on the docket sheet.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, you need a little bit of light on your subject there. Could you turn a light on in front of you?
Bobby Phillips, is he gonna interpolate us? That's called.
Okay, first case is KCIW. Turn your camera back on.
Ask the judge what he wants Bobby Phillips to do because he's in person with Coleman.
KCIW, will you
Yes,
turn your
sir.
camera on?
It says I can't start it because the host has stopped it.
Okay, Megan, will you let him turn it back on? Okay, there you are.
Thank you,
This is
sir.
Commonwealth. This is Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Angie Raines, 20 CR 0086, also known as Angie Renee Riddle, 20 CR 0058. Are you Angie Raines, also known as Angela Riddle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're represented by Mr. George Bertram, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bertram, you want to present your motion?
Yes, Your Honor. This is our motion for shock probation in Commonwealth versus Angie Raines. As the court probably recalls, Ms. Raines was only on probation for a few months before she violated, and her probation was revoked. That was about 60. She's been in prison about 60 days at this point. And at that time, and for some time preceding that violation, Ms. Raines was addicted to methamphetamine. And shortly thereafter, after her revocation, she was hospitalized for symptoms of a heart attack. Now, we have provided Mr. Stockton with copies of her medical records, and apparently there is no anatomical cause for that heart attack. And according to the medical records, that heart attack was directly associated with her methamphetamine addiction. So it's basically a meth heart attack. Now, it's our position, Your Honor, that her meth addiction has resulted in impairment of her cognitive functioning. And it usually takes up to 12 months for a meth addict.
Wait just a second. Are you testifying about this, or I mean,
No.
I mean, you're making factual and scientific statements to the court that I don't think are appropriate argument in this thing. I mean, if you have proof that you wanted to bring, it's one thing, but so will you file a motion for shock probation? What does the Commonwealth have to say about it?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's opposed to the motion for shock probation. I believe Ms. Raines has an 8-year sentence. Her mother had cancer at the time, so I probated her case and put her under strict supervision, including a home curfew, so she could stay home with her mother. And then she got out, she got a DUI and some other charges in Cumberland County. And that was the basis for revocation. While she was in jail, she had these heart attack symptoms. Mr. Bertram's correct. He furnished me the records. All the diagnostic testing showed that she doesn't have coronary artery disease. He may well be right that the meth caused symptoms similar to a heart attack. I gave Miss Raines an opportunity to do what she needed to do. She's currently in Pee Wee Valley. She's not stuck in some local jail without any rehabilitation or any educational programs. I would ask that she stay there till she meets the parole board, and she needs to take advantage of all the opportunities she has there.
Now, Mr. Bertram, I'll give you time to respond to that.
Okay, Your Honor, it's just our opinion that Miss Miss Range's addiction needs to be treated by a different way than other in the prison, where she's locked up with people who share her same distorted methamphetamine type thinking. And there's certain programs that are available today, Your Honor. I've used ARC Anywhere with people on home incarceration that are monitored and have 3 times a day group classes on substance abuse. And they provide us with a written narrative report every week detailing all their testing results, their participation in the counseling, and so forth. So instead of just sitting at home twiddling their thumbs, they're actively engaged in a recovery program, and they're also isolated from individuals who share their methamphetamine type thinking disorders, Your Honor. And we just think that if given an opportunity and structured appropriately, she would be able to function in the community. And she has prepared a brief letter, Your Honor, that she would like to read to the court this time. It is very brief, but just summarizing her own feelings about her addiction.
Go ahead, Ms. Frank. Go ahead.
Mayor today asking to receive short probation. I realize my addiction to meth was worse than I had let on, and I'm ready to accept the help with any going to AA and NA meetings to help with my addiction. I'm asking for this chance to prove to the courts and to you that I can do this and stay sober.
Thank you very much. Well, this is not just a situation where there was a possession charge. I mean, I looked at the charges and what she pled to. There was involvement of a possession of a handgun by a convicted felon. There were PFO charges and other things. You can say that the symptoms that she had, I'm not a medical doctor, but it appears to me that she has feigned heart trouble or anything else she could do to avoid the consequences of her action. This court did, upon the recommendation and agreement with her attorney, grant probation to her, and I think she abused the opportunity. Now, Mr. Burton, respectfully, I think that the Kentucky penitentiary system has plenty of programs that deal with drug addiction, and I don't know of any program about drug addiction that doesn't have folks intermingle with other people with similar addictions. So in any event, I see no cause to grant shock probation in this case at all. It was an egregious violation of the probation. Getting out on the road when you're on probation or even on parole or pretrial diversion or release and operate a motor vehicle in a dangerous manner just didn't show any respect or judgment. So I hope things turn around for you, ma'am, but you'll have an opportunity to meet the parole board up there when it's time. Thank you very much. Mr. Burkham, do you have any other cases on the docket?
No, Your Honor, that's all.
Okay,
I have.
Have a great day. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to go to the top of the docket because we have such a long docket that it would be very confusing if we skip and trace around through there. We went to that one because the correctional institution had a problem. Commonwealth versus Tony Albertson. Says we're here for arraignment.
Your Honor, he's out of custody, and according to Miss Thompson's notes, there's not been any contact with him. So I guess my question is how are we going to get these people back into court for next month?
I did have contact this morning from Mr. Albertson, and I sent him a Zoom link.
Okay.
Mr. Albertson, are you on there? Well, we'll issue a bench warrant and have an ROR on it. So he won't be, won't be incarcerated. That way he'll get served with a bench warrant to be here on July 15th. Billy Dean Aminette. Billy Dean Aminette.
My understanding, he's never been served. There's a warrant out for his arrest. He didn't appear in court before the COVID hits, my understanding.
Okay, if there's a warrant, we'll leave him on there, and I guess you might need to consider NCIC.
He's already in NCIC, yes.
Okay, okay, that'll be good. Ashley Baker. Commonwealth versus Ashley Baker. 18 CR 00126. Are you Ashley Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you born in 1984?
Yes.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
1758.
Okay, this is a revocation hearing. It says you're
Yes,
represented by Mr. Brad Shuffett. Mr. Shuffett, will you wave there so she can see you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Ms. Baker has a 3-year sentence possession of controlled substance. She has a new felony arrest in Wayne County of marijuana, use of marijuana and meth. She's being supervised out of Monticello by Ashley Anderson. I spoke with Miss Anderson, and she would like to see Miss Baker go into drug court. I'm willing to do that if Miss Baker is. If not, we'll pursue our motion to revoke.
Mr. Shuffett, have you had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Baker concerning drug court?
I have. It's been a bit. Ashley, do you need to talk to me about that, or do you know what you want to do?
I'm willing to take drug court.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll sign the necessary orders that will be submitted to me. We'll have her interviewed and see, and they'll take a vote on her, see if they can get a roll in after I do the referral. I hope you take this opportunity, Ms. Baker. You know, you can turn your record and your life around if you'll do that. So the people in drug court will be in contact with you if they find you if you found to be eligible. Okay. Thank you very much.
Are you doing the order, Mr. Sheffield, the referral?
I'll do it.
Okay. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Sherry Sue Barnes.
Ms. Barnes contacted me as well, and I sent her an invite.
Ms. Barnes, you on the line? Okay, we'll have a bench warrant issued for Ms. Barnes in 20 CR 0036 and 21 CR 0048. Have an ROR. She's not here on July 15th, then we'll take appropriate action.
She can't click the link to keep it.
Okay, well, she can come to court next time. She's having trouble clicking the link. So I'll change that from to a criminal summons, since she mirrors that she is same conditions, and have a criminal summons issued to have her here on July 15th. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Brandy Beatty. Brandy Beatty.
Miss Beatty.
She on the line?
She never contacted me.
Have a bench warrant issued, have her arrested, and make it a ROR to be here on July 15th.
He had cancer.
Arnold Bell. Arnold Bell.
He's at the jail there.
Clinton County Jail.
It's probably in this brief.
Can you see us, Your Honor?
Yes, I can see you. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Arnold P. Bell, 20 CR 0040. Are you Arnold Bell?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a mask on, Mr. Bell?
No, it's no question.
Well, I can't see the color. You have a beard on, I guess, what you got on. I couldn't tell. Yeah. Couldn't tell the difference. What year were you born, Mr. Bell?
1966.
Okay, and what are the last four digits of your social security number, sir?
0067.
Okay, we're here today for a revocation hearing. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I have several of these same motions today for the same type of violation. Mr. Bell has a 5-year sentence on trafficking with a controlled substance, first degree. And he was referred by the SSC to Foothill CBI for drug abuse counseling. And he attend. I have spoken with Mr. Shuffett. We're recommending to the court that he receive a 45-day sanction in lieu of revocation, which would be borne at state expense, and that he be reassessed by the SSC. And if he doesn't go the next time, I'm going to move that his probation be revoked and he go to prison.
Did you say 45 days?
Yes, Your Honor, if that's all right with the court.
What you agreed to, Mr. Shuffett?
That's correct, Judge. That's our agreement.
Okay. Mr. Payne, can you make sure that this gentleman, Mr. Bell, has had a state pen on him?
I'll get it entered. And Judge, does the 45 days start from today? Or the
How
day?
long has he been in? How long has he been in?
Judge, we would ask that he get credit for since he's
Well,
been picked up on
I'm asking how long has he been in?
Give me just a second, Judge, and I'll give you the exact day. I'm thinking he's been in right at 30 days. He was arrested on May the 12th, so he's been in 29 days.
Okay, well, I'll give him credit for those 29 days. Mr. Bell, you'll get credit for the 29 days. Now, let me tell you something. I take no joy in sending anybody to the penitentiary. So make sure you follow the directions this time and go to the treatment program and comply until you get this behind you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Heather Bell.
She contacted me and I sent her a Zoom link.
That case is on the docket. That's an older case. Ms. Bell entered a plea on another case. She's currently in the specialty program in Clinton County. She's doing quite well, and I don't think it's a breach of confidence to say she's doing so well that she just got her GED. So I would ask that case be passed generally.
Okay, she has two cases. She has two cases, 18 CR 0097 and 20 CR 0025.
Yeah. And they're possession cases, and I just want to see if she graduates.
Okay, well, Mr. Shuffett, you represent her, and I don't guess since the Commonwealth has suggested these two cases be passed generally that you have any objection to that.
No objection.
Okay. You can see those two cases generally. You can contact Ms. Bell. Commonwealth versus Donnie R. Blevins. Donnie Blevins.
She's got another case. She's entered a plea.
So these two cases are still outstanding.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, your microphone is on.
Okay.
Donnie Blevins, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
He's at Clinton County Jail, is that correct? Kentucky versus Donnie Blevins, 18 CR 0054. Are you Donnie Blevins?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, represented by Mr. Shuffett.
Yes, Your Honor. This is our shock motion. Donnie had a 12-month misdemeanor sentence revoked by this court back in March. And he's got that would give him upward of 90 days in at this point. The jail informed me that his serve out date is likely to be around the first week or two of January of 2022. Donnie, while he's at the jail, he has been very helpful. Every time I go to the jail, he's doing something, whether it's mowing the yard, working on plumbing, or some odd job that they've got for him. So I think he's made good use of his time. His father back in April, the 1st of April, had a pretty serious illness that the court was gracious enough to grant him a furlough to so that Donnie could see him, because it was feared that he may not make it. And he went to that furlough, came back as he was supposed to. I don't know if he was drug tested or not, but obviously, if he had been and tested positive, I would have been informed of that.
What do you say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I've had a couple of issues. Number one, I don't know, he was revoked because he had a DUI. I don't know if that case was disposed of or not because of COVID. And there was about 7 or 8 charges, DUI, no insurance. 2, I don't know, we have a final judgment on a misdemeanor that's been concluded. I don't know of any provision that allows somebody to file for shock on a misdemeanor. And 3, Mr. Blevins has this misdemeanor conviction and he violated his probation, and it was a serious violation and on a DUI, and I don't know that he should be allowed.
Well, I don't know that I can get them in order, but I'll try to address them. First off, I think you're absolutely allowed to file for shock probation and misdemeanor offenses. I don't think there's anything that bars it at all.
I've always been of the opinion that there was a certain plenary power in the court to do shock probations on misdemeanors, but that's just from my days of practice.
In fact, I think the court has even more discretion because I don't think the court is restricted by timelines such as the 30 days and 180 days as with a felony conviction. I do believe Donnie's cases are resolved. As far as the DUI, I off the top of my head, I can't remember which of the charges were dismissed and which ones were pled to, but I believe the no insurance and DUI were 2 that were that he did plead guilty to. So he would be restricted from driving in that case as part of that case until he was able to obtain his license. This is a 12-month sentence. This would, if he was shocked at this point, the court would still have about 7 months over him, which is a significant amount, enough that should motivate him to comply with his probation for the duration.
Well, I have an inclination for him to have to serve at least 6 months before anything's considered. Someone want to calculate how many days he's got in? Who would be his probation and parole? Are you still on there, Carson?
Give me about 5 minutes, Judge.
Okay. What would be the serve out if he'd gotten a year on a felony conviction? What, Mr. Payne, what would have been the serve out on that?
That has to be figured by record, but what I'm seeing would be somewhere from 7 to 9 months.
A serve out's generally about 7 months, between 7 and 8 months on a felony year.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shock probate him at the end of 7 months, and then the rest of it will hold for a period of 5 years.
2 years.
2 years. Yeah, it's a misdemeanor. You're correct.
Yeah.
The rest of it for 2 years.
Judge, do you need me to get an order, or do we want to wait until we get closer to that time? Or
just give an order. I'll go ahead and sign it. But I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to include a condition of that for the 2 years, that he not drive a motor vehicle even if he gets his license back without coming back to this court. And explain that we take very seriously people that disrespect and disregard court orders while they're on probation or pretrial diversion or bond, and get out and drive a motor vehicle under the influence. It's inexcusable. Okay. Thank you very much.
Judge,
Nicholas Boer. I don't need that information now, Mr. Payne.
Your Honor, I represent Mr. Boer. Mr. Boer is in custody in Overton County, waiting to enter into some kind of a drug program. I talk with his father every few days. It's my understanding he should be available to be here next month.
Okay, Russell County Jail, you need to turn your camera off until I call the case. Whatever case we're going to call. Thank you very much. Mr. Stockton, Nicholas Boer,
Yeah, that's fine. If we can set it for the 15th, we'll see if he's available.
July the
Also,
15th, July the
he's in jail.
15th. July the 15th. Eddie Bowman. Commonwealth versus Eddie Bowman.
Your Honor, Raquel Hawley here on behalf of Mr. Bowman. I'm standing in for Tom Carroll. In this case, I believe we just need to get a hearing date for our motions that are outstanding. And we'd like to set that on a non-motion day if possible.
I agree, Your Honor, because this involves a forensic pediatrician professor at UK, and I'll have to get her available by Zoom. I don't think there's any objection by doing her by video, is there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and I just need a date so I can try to get her lined up. Because it's a Daubert hearing.
Well, here's what you need to do. Why don't you get some available dates?
Okay.
Tuesdays or Wednesdays
Okay.
would be best. Sometimes people aren't available on Mondays. Just get maybe 3 Tuesdays or Wednesdays that the person, and we can do it by conference call. We don't have to, or agree to, and I'll do an agreed order setting it.
I will get Mr. Carroll's office some dates then.
Okay, thank you very much. The clerk informs me that I skipped the case of Commonwealth Kentucky versus Ashley Boer.
Judge, no, I removed that from the docket. An order was given on that case on May the 6th.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. On Mary Boer's case?
I need to expunge my record.
Who was it that you just handed to?
That's the case you just called, Your Honor. It's Boer.
Give it back. Yeah. I see. Are you Ashley Boer or are you Mary
Yes,
Boer?
Mary
Okay.
Ashley Boer.
Okay, well, I just see it up on the docket. Okay, well, your case has been dismissed and you'll have to go to the clerk's office and they'll tell you how to start an expungement, okay?
Okay, thank y'all so much.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck. Eddie Bowman.
Kyle, you sure?
Eddie Bowman.
Yeah, that's the one we just took up, Your Honor. Miss Holly.
Yeah, there's another. He just had one case. Okay. We did Christopher Burton previously. He had 2 cases on the docket. I guess one of the motions, 20 CR 0029, and we handled the other one, 20 CR 0031. We took pleas on those. 20 CR 0039, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Sarah Ann Cash. Sarah Cash. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Are you represented by an attorney, Ms. Cash?
Yes,
The office
Brad.
of- Yeah, the Office of Public Advocacy represented you in district court. I'm going to continue that appointment. Ms. Cash, you have the right to remain silent. I'm going to read the charges against you. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking and controlled substance of first-degree first offense, possession of marijuana, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you understand those charges?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Shepard, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I will sign, Ms. Cash, I will sign a reciprocal discovery order today so that the Commonwealth provide Mr. Shepard, your attorney, with the information that the Commonwealth has so they can compare the defense. Is there any complaints about the terms of Ms. Cash's bond?
No, Your Honor, but I would like to make a condition of her bond that she appeared July the 8th at 9 o'clock to meet with Mr. Sheffett and I. We're going to have a conference with his cases.
Okay. Ma'am, your bond will include appearing on July 8th and July 15th. On July 8th, you and the attorney will negotiate your case with the Commonwealth after you've received this information. It's going to be sent to him. See if you can reach an agreement, and that'll give us more information for July 15th. You have those 2 dates down, man?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
The
you.
next case is Bobby Lee Coldiron.
That's my client, Your Honor.
She with you there?
Yes, sir. And she is a co-defendant.
Commonwealth, Kentucky. Well, let me arraign her first. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Bobby Lee Coldiron, 19 CR 00040. Are you Bobby Coldiron?
It's Calderon, Your Honor, but it's a pretrial conference.
I'm identifying her right now.
Oh,
for the
sorry.
record. Okay. Hey, what's your name, ma'am?
Bobby Lee Coldren.
Coldren. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you were saying something about a co-defendant.
The Eddie Bowman case that was called a moment ago, that's her co-defendant. And so I didn't know if we needed to set this for another pretrial conference after their motions are heard, or what we need
That
to.
was when the suppression motion was going to be on. Is that correct?
Yes, there's multiple motions, Daubert motions and things that we're getting the dates from the professor. That'd be fine with me if we want to continue it out to the 15th of July. And
Well, did these Daubert motions and things, are you going to join in them, Mr. Poindexter? Have you reviewed that file?
I've reviewed my file. I haven't seen those motions. I wasn't sent a copy, but I'll get with Tom Carroll and get a copy of them, and we'll join in.
Mr. Stockton, I would think if she's the co-defendant, if there was any commonality in the place or locations or that sort of stuff, that we ought to do all those at the same time. You agree with that?
I agree, Your Honor.
Okay, well, you.
Poindexter needs to file his own motions so that they'll be on record, and that way.
That's right.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, well, so we'll, what you'll need to do is include Mr. Poindexter in the discussion of what dates are available. And
I
we'll
will,
do
Your
that on Tuesday or Wednesday. Is there any complaints about Ms. Colderon's conduct on her bond? Appearing to be none, she'll continue on the same bond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tanya can answer. Tanya can answer.
Your Honor, I sit downstairs for her. We represent Tanya.
Okay.
Takes her a while to get upstairs. Sorry.
I mean, why did you got an elevator in here?
Tanya, I don't
Yes.
have an elevator.
Trying.
If I can collect everything that people owe me, I'd have it. Come around.
Yeah, well, I didn't do
Tanya, okay, you tell her she's on the record.
I have.
She said. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Tanya can answer. 12 CR 0077. You want to proceed, Mr. Cross?
None of these. Oh, go ahead.
There's a motion for shock probation, isn't it?
No, she's on for motion for revocation in Clinton County. Those are based on a new charge in Cumberland County. And since she's been out of custody because of the COVID rules, we've never done anything on the case in Cumberland County. So these need to be passed until we reach a resolution in the Cumberland County case.
Okay, they're 12 CR 0077 and 13 CR 0012 and 13 CR 0014. All cases involving her.
My understanding is she's still on home incarceration on her probation.
No, she's not on
I
home
mean, I don't go
incarceration.
nowhere, I don't leave the house and
Curfew.
go to the store, that's all I'm allowed to do.
Okay.
Or to a funeral or church.
It's working pretty well.
Okay. I don't mind passing it, Your Honor, until we have the Cumberland Rule Day and see if we can resolve the Cumberland. I know it should be.
What is the Cumberland County case?
I can't, it was, she's a co-defendant with about 4 other people with the drugs in the car, the best I remember. So, Mr. Cross and I may be able to resolve this. Time may have helped Ms. Canance because she's not been in any trouble that I know of for many, many months while this has been pending.
Well, you want her to come in, you want her to come in on the 8th?
Yeah, I think Mr. Cross and I should discuss her case on the 8th.
Okay.
I don't think the 8th will work for us.
As part of your bond condition, you shall appear on July 8th. And you do that at the Justice Center, Mr. Stockton? Where are you going to do it?
Yes, up in the courtroom.
The courtroom at the Justice Center, and your next court date will be July the 15th on these cases. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Tommy.
Commonwealth versus Luther Connor.
You got a message from him that he can't log on, he can't link on, and he can't get a hold of Burton. That's it.
Mr. Connor has called the clerk's office and says that he can't log on, he can't link on, and he cannot get a hold of his attorney. So he shall be here on July 15th.
I would also ask he be up here on the 8th, Your Honor, because I think Mr. Shepard will be representing.
Okay. Mr. Shepard's listed as his attorney of counsel. So he's ordered to be here on July the 8th and July the 15th. We'll do a summons for him to be here and an order, Mr. Shepard. Okay, Mr. Shepard, okay, somebody still got their microphone on. That's not on here, okay? Somebody, you need to do an order that says he shall be here at the 7th and the 15th. Okay. And he'll receive the summons in addition to that.
A court order setting those dates.
Yes. And make sure you put it as a condition of his bond. Joseph Scott Cope.
I've had no contact with Mr. Cope.
Okay, issue a warrant with an ROR bond for him to be here on July 15th. And that bond shall be in addition to any other bond that they're on. And when I say an ROR bond, I'm not releasing the conditions of their other bond. I'm just putting another bond, layer bond on them to get them here. Crystal Crabtree, 19 CR 0020. Crystal Crabtree.
She's on the run, Your Honor. We've got her active warrant in NCIC.
Okay. Joseph Craig.
Your Honor, Raquel Hawley, I represent Mr. Craig for the purposes of this hearing. I'm standing in for.
You need to turn your camera on.
I'm standing in for Mr. Carroll, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, for Mr. Craig, we had a motion to suppress that was on today. We also had a motion to reinstate his bond, which the court revoked. We're requesting that Joseph Craig be allowed to be released on bond. At this point, he's been incarcerated.
I'm not going to do that without a hearing. Okay, he's got several cases here. What's Commonwealth's position?
Your Honor, this is the case that Mr. Carroll was on last month, and we had the bond revocation hearing, and it involved a lot of the same issues that's involved in the motion to suppress the search warrant. The sheriff was kind of caught cold on that because he hadn't reviewed that on the search warrant, even though we was having a bond revocation. I would just like to get a date on these suppression motions to have a hearing. There's several motions to suppress. It needs to be.
Okay, on this one, when you get the date from the doctor to set the previous one, we can set this on the same date.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. We would have one request if he's not to be released prior to a hearing. We would like for him to be able to be released in order to enter into a drug treatment program.
I'm not gonna do any releases or anything until we have a hearing on this.
Very well, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We'll get that date. I guess that means sooner rather than later with Mr. Stockton. We'll make ourselves available to you.
Yeah, I'll
Yes, Your
try
Honor,
to-
and we'd renew our demand or make a demand for a speedy trial in this case as well.
Have you filed a motion for a speedy trial?
I believe that Mr. Carroll has referenced a demand to a speedy trial in a prior motion that's filed, but I don't have that information in
Glad
front
he
of me.
did. We hadn't had any trials in years. One of the reasons we hadn't had any trials in years because the Supreme Court said we can't have any. So I'm not too particularly worried about speedy trial motions because we'll give somebody a speedy trial. But I would assume that you want to have the suppression motion before we have the trial. We go ahead and schedule a trial today if you want to.
Your Honor, we would just request to have the suppression hearing as soon as possible so that we can maintain his right to
On
speedy
that
trial.
day, if you don't prevail, we'll set you a trial date on that day. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Stephanie Renee Craig. Stephanie Renee Craig.
Oh, Your Honor, that is also Mr. Carroll. She's here for an arraignment, I believe, and I can bring her back into my office.
Okay, that'd be good. Are these her cases? Are you Stephanie Renee Craig? Are you Stephanie Renee Craig?
Yes.
Okay. What's your year of birth, Miss Craig?
1980,
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
6730.
The grand jury of, I'm going to arraign you on these charges. You have the right to remain silent. You're represented by the Carroll Law Office. If you have any questions, you need to, tell your attorney you need to ask her a question. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with engaging in organized crime, criminal syndicate, drug paraphernalia, complicity to trafficking controlled substance, 4 counts, 5 counts, 6 counts, 7 counts, and possession of marijuana. In a separate, you understand those charges?
Yes.
And you handed me 2 cases. That's 21 CR 0021. We also have 21 CR 0041 that I don't have on the docket, I don't believe.
Because the last motion had all case numbers.
They consolidated. It appears on 41.
Judge, that's Mr. Joseph Craig's case.
Okay. Well, there's just, I guess I looked at the top of the document and on this motion review revoking bonds, there was a joint motion filed in that.
That's the suppression, Your Honor.
Pardon?
That's the suppression portion of that motion. That is to both co-defendants in that.
Okay. Okay. Well, the numbers were at the top and I just misread it. Cause her. Okay. Do you want to schedule that one on the same day as the other one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Any complaints about the condition of her bond?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Justin Daly. Justin Daly. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Justin J. Daly, 21 CR 0063. Are you Justin Daly?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the year of your birth, sir?
10/13/89.
Okay. And the last 4 digits of your social security number?
6037.
Okay, we're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Did the Office of Public Advocacy, Public Defender's Office represent you in district court?
Your Honor, this is a direct presentment, but I've got him on other cases.
Okay. I will go ahead and continue that appointment. The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent, Mr. Daly. The grand jury of Clinton County, step back away from the camera just a little bit so we can get your full body shot. Thank you very much. Grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by unlawful taking, disposition, auto $500 or more, but under 10,000, obscuring the identity of a machine, being a persistent felony offender, 2 counts. That is 21 CR 0063. 20 CR 0015. Here, you were here for a pre-trial conference. And 20 CR 0016, we're here for a pre-trial conference. Mr. Stockton, do you want Mr. Daly to be available on July the 8th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll need an order that Mr. Daly be available for negotiation with his attorney in the Commonwealth on July 8th here at the Clinton County Courthouse. Next court appearance will be July 15th. Thank you very much.
Judge, what on his new case, what's his bond on the arraignment?
Has there been a bond set on that?
Yes, it's 10,000 cash or 2 times property.
Judge, would the court consider allowing that to stand for all 3 cases?
I'd request a bond hearing. He has 3 different cases, 3 different, some pretty serious. And if we'd have a hearing, we could maybe set them for all 1 case.
Let's try to have a hearing as soon as possible. Okay. Commonwealth versus Ronald Daniel. Grand jury finished.
Got a message from him that he can't. His message is that he can't log on and he has court and virtual anyway this morning. So.
Ronald.
I'm right here, y'all.
He's on.
Yeah, okay. Commonwealth versus Ronald Daniel, 21 CR 0033. Are you represented by an attorney, Mr. Daniel?
Mr. Shuffett.
Okay, Mr. Shuffett, I'll continue your appointment. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, 1st degree, and drug paraphernalia, buying or possessing. You understand those charges? You understand the charge? Well, no, I don't want you to talk about the charge. The charge of possession of
Cumberland
controlled
County or Clinton County?
This is Clinton County.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. The Clinton County grand jury is charged you possession of controlled substance, 1st degree, and drug possession. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Shepard, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you want this gentleman there on the 8th, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, you shall be at the Clinton County Courthouse with your attorney on July 8th for negotiation of your case, discussion with the Commonwealth, and then on the 15th, you shall be here in court, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Daniels,
Yes, sir.
do you have a mailing address so I can mail the discovery when I get it?
986 76 Falls Road, Albany, Kentucky.
And does your phone number still end in 99?
No, it's 306-4873.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Okay,
you.
the next case, Commonwealth versus Josh Davis. Commonwealth versus Josh Davis.
Had no contact with Mr. Davis.
Okay, issue a bench warrant, ROR, for him to be here on the 15th. Is there a warrant out for him now already, or is,
No.
okay. Commonwealth versus Allison Dean. Commonwealth versus Allison Dean. Are you Allison Dean? Okay, I can't hear you, Miss Dean. Okay, somebody needs to push the button, the microphone button. It doesn't appear that it's off, but it's muted or something. Try to say something, Miss Dean. Can't hear you.
Hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you a little. Speak up a little bit, see what you say. Say something, Miss Dean.
Now it's muted. There it is.
Now?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Commonwealth versus Allison Dean, 21 CR 008 for a pretrial conference. And Commonwealth versus Allison Dean, 21 CR 0047 for a pretrial conference.
We have a resolution, Your Honor, a felony plea.
She ready to do that today?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Dean, the motion has just been made, says you want to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? You went mute again.
Yeah.
Okay, state your full name.
Could you get her file? I know she's supposed to be going into drug court.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, your microphone is on.
Okay.
Okay, state your full name.
Allison Dean,
Okay, what's your year of birth?
1993,
Last four digits of your social security number.
2005.
Okay, are you the same person named in these two indictments?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Okay, have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're gonna have to speak up, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Speak up. Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the evidence that the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today, is that correct?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses to testify in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose and require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. You understand all those rights.
Yes, sir.
And by entering a plea today, you give up those rights. I may consider a recommendation that the Commonwealth's going to give in a few minutes here, but I not have to accept a recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait a pre-sentence investigation report be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept this recommendation, I will and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I will inform you of such. If you don't agree with that, you have a right to withdraw your plea and you have a trial by jury. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Stockton, will you turn your microphone back on and say what the Commonwealth's recommendation is?
Your Honor, there's two cases involved, 21 CR 47. Ms. Dean would plead guilty to promoting contraband first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years. In 21 CR 8, she would plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree meth, 3-year sentence. Also in that case, there's 3 counts of wanton endangerment. She would plead guilty to those 3 counts, receive a 3-year sentence on each. All those 3-year sentences in both cases would run concurrently for a total of 3 years. That 3-year sentence would run consecutive to 18 CR 44, which she's previously been incarcerated on, which is a 5-year sentence. So she'd have a total of 8 years, and she'd pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
Okay, is that your understanding, ma'am, of your agreement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, has anyone, including your attorney, threatened or coerced you in any way to get you to enter this agreement?
No.
Okay, you're entering the agreement and pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Okay, knowing your constitutional rights that I've explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights, enter plea guilty to the charges, and allow the court to fix your punishment in the range permitted by law?
Yes.
You understand that after entering a guilty plea, any future convictions could be enhanced as far as the range of penalties under persistent felony offender law? Okay, is that your signature on the document? Hold the signature up, Mr. Shuffett. Do you have a copy of it there?
It's at the clerk's office, or should be.
Let me hold it up for you here. Ma'am, is that your signature there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole and schedule a sentencing date of July the 15th. Okay, thank you very much. Matthew Denny.
Your Honor, Raquel Hawley, I'm here on behalf of Matthew Denny, standing in for Tom Carroll.
4 cases.
Where's Mr. Denny? There's Mr. Denny, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Matthew Denny, 20 CR 0057. Are you Matthew Denny?
Yes, sir.
You're also here on 20 CR 0076. We're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Denny also has 2 other cases he needs to be arraigned on. He has 4 cases. And I don't know if Mr. Carroll's office is going to enter an appearance on those or not.
Your Honor, I don't know. To be honest, I only have a motion to suppress on Mr. Denny. So if we could perhaps, if he's going to be arraigned, if I could perhaps pass him so that I could confirm with Mr. Carroll's office as to whether he's been retained on additional cases.
Yeah,
I don't have any motions down here. I just have pretrial conferences on both of them on the docket.
Mr.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Two of the last month, they were scheduled for July 15th.
Yeah, that's in the 2 older cases.
I don't know. Okay, you need to give me case numbers. Okay, 21 CR 0055 and 21 CR 0056. He has not been arraigned on those. Okay, those are the 2, Ms. Hawley, if you need to look them up. He has not been arraigned on.
Can Ms. Hawley just stand in for arraignment purposes only so we can get him arraigned?
Oh, I can do that, Your Honor. I can stand in for arraignment purposes only.
Okay, give me those 2 files. We're going to get those 2 files.
I thought he is. I don't know.
I can go down there, I guess, whichever is easier, I guess. Are they ready? Okay, while they're retrieving that file, we're going to take a brief break. I've got to go down to the grand jury. They're ready to return and so we'll just stay on the record, everyone. I mean, just stay online, cut your microphones off if you want to, and we'll finish with Matthew, Denny, those other indictments. That's good. Okay. Get her. Go get the clerk. Okay, we're back on. Now I think had these two indictments on Matthew Denny.
No.
Your Honor, I was able to clarify that we do represent Mr. Denny on both of those cases, and we can waive formal arraignment, Your Honor, and enter our appearance and a plea of not guilty.
Well, I've still got to present the indictments. If he hasn't been arraigned, I still have to arraign him. It might not be formal arraignment. Formal arraignment means I'd have to read in detail everything. So I don't have these two cases in here. Clerk's office are bringing them back over here, okay? You have those two cases, the 21? Mr. Commonwealth versus Denny. Okay, Commonwealth versus Denny. This is 21 CR 0055. The grand jury of Clinton County's returned an indictment, Mr. Denny, charging you with burglary in the third degree and theft by unlawful taking or disposition, criminal mischief in the first degree, and criminal trespass in the third degree. And in 21 CR 0056, the grand jury of Clinton County, excuse me, has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the 3rd degree, criminal mischief in the 2nd degree. You understand those charges, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Hawley, you've acknowledged the identity previously on those other cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before the indictment, you've waived formal reading and arraignment, and you're entering a plea of not guilty on both of those charges. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Stockton, previously, I think that were there motions in this case that were going to be heard, or is this one that you're doing on July 8th?
Your Honor, if I could have a moment to explain, Mr. Carroll initially had these 2 cases and he had filed motions to suppress. For some reason, I don't think they made it in the court file, even though I had copies of them. So those were never set for a hearing. Subsequently, Mr. Denny, in the Commonwealth's view, committed 2 other crimes, theft cases. Those were presented to the grand jury last month. Those are on video. Mr. Carroll is adamant to go ahead and have those other suppression motions. However, I have filed a notice of election in the 2 new cases to try one case and then the other before we ever get to the 2 old cases. And I'm opposed to doing any suppression motions till I can have trials on the 2 new cases because they don't even involve search warrants. And I'm asking the court, whenever Mr. Carroll is ready to set a trial date in. Give me just a second, I can tell you. It's in the file. I'm asking the court to set a trial date in 21 CR 56. No, I'm sorry, 21 CR 55 and then 21 CR 56 first.
Okay, so which one of those 2?
21 CR 55. I'm asking for a trial date.
Let's come back here on a pretrial on this on the 15th, and we'll set a trial date for certain then, okay?
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
And you will just send some sort of notice of election over to them between.
We've already forwarded that to Mr. Carroll, Your Honor.
Okay, and so I will hold in abeyance the suppression motions on the other cases since we're going to have a trial on those, okay? And if sometime during that trial situation, if it is resolved one way or the other, we could very well set suppression hearings on the days that he's here for the trial after we finish the business on those trials.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, you understand what I'm saying? Okay, thank you very much. I guess the next case is Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Misty Duval. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Misty Duval. Are you Misty Duval?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here today in 20 CR 0026 for a revocation hearing. Who's your attorney?
Brad Sheffett.
Mr. Sheffett, would you turn your camera on? Mr. Stockton, would you proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. This is a motion to revoke probation. Ms. Duval has a 5-year sentence on tampering with physical evidence and a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance for a total of 5 years. Ms. Duval has been on probation for a while. She has missed some of her appointments at her drug treatment place. I would like to do in her case the same as I did the other, is that she go into drug court, or if she doesn't agree, then I can proceed with the motion.
Mr. Sheffett, have you talked to your client concerning the possibility of drug court?
Yeah, she's in agreement. I think I've already, Megan, I think I emailed you a drug court referral yesterday.
Yes, I have it.
Okay.
I already signed it. Check. Okay, we'll sign it and forward it and get the process started. You can expect them to interview you to make sure that you're eligible for drug court. We'll start the process. Okay,
Judge?
Brianna, yes.
I'm going to enter, she is an actual probation case.
Yeah.
And for the 30-day or for the month until she goes into drug court, the state allows us to enter a pin. So I will be entering a pin on her since she's probation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Rihanna Elmore. Commonwealth versus Rihanna Elmore, 21 CR 0030 for arraignment. Are you Rihanna Elmore?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born, ma'am?
1998,
What are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
9164.
Okay, I'm going to represent the indictment. Are you represented by an attorney in this case?
Yeah, Brad Shuffett.
Okay, Mr. Shuffett's on the line here. I'm going to continue that appointment. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment, Ms. Elmore, charging you with possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, and trafficking controlled substance in the first degree. You understand those charges?
Yes.
Mr. Shuffett, you acknowledge the identity of your client, the receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to be signing a reciprocal discovery order. Mr. Elmore, it says the Commonwealth needs to share all the evidence they have in your case to help you prepare for your defense. You shall be here at the Clinton County Courthouse as a condition of your bond on July the 8th for negotiations with the Commonwealth on your case. And on July 15th will be your next court date. Those will be in person. Okay?
Okay.
Ms. Elmore,
Yes.
can you give me a mailing address so I can mail your discovery to you?
At 307 East Cumberland Street.
And I've got a phone number that ends in 2809. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. 20 CR 0075. Angelica Escamilla.
Yes, sir.
Are you there? Will you turn your camera on? Is that correct pronunciation of your name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here for a pretrial conference today. What's the Commonwealth have on this case?
Your Honor, I've briefly talked to Mr. Sheffield, would ask that she be present on July the 8th and see if we can resolve this case. If not, then we'll get a trial date.
Yeah, Ms. Escamilla, you need to be at the Clinton County Courthouse here on July the 8th at 9 a.m. for negotiation of your case. And then you'll be back here in court in person on July 15th, okay? So you'd be here, be in contact with your attorney, and y'all will negotiate with the Commonwealth, okay?
Angelica, are you able, will you be able to be here on those 2 dates?
I don't know. I can ask off work. I can make arrangements.
Your Honor, the reason I ask is she lives in Missouri. She's stayed in good contact with me throughout the case. I would ask that she be allowed to be available by phone on the 8th. So if Jesse and I are talking and I need to contact her, and then if we get something, obviously if we get a
I have no
resolution.
objection to if the Commonwealth does it, but you don't have to do it by phone. I'd say you could do it by FaceTime or something. So
that'd be all right, Jesse.
That's fine with me.
So
okay.
Angelica, you concentrate on the 15th as far as being present, but be available on the 8th. We'll set something up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Nicholas Guys. Nicholas Guys.
I've had no contact with him, Judge.
Issue a bench warrant, ROR, and be here on July 15th.
What is that case on for? I thought he had been revoked.
Says review of probation. I don't know. Check the file here. We'll see.
I didn't pull it. I didn't buy it. It's over.
Judge, I have that he is being actively supervised out of District 1.
we'll withdraw the bench warrant on him, and if we don't know why he's on the docket, then we'll just pass over.
I do not see any current violations in the system
Okay?
unless Jesse
Just
has
pass
some. I
over-
don't
Just
know.
pass over it then, okay? Justin Gibson. Justin Gibson.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Justin Gibson, 21 CR 0029. We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Are you Justin Gibson?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth, sir?
6/2 of 95,
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
0731.
Okay, the grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, methamphetamine, and possession of drug paraphernalia, as well as trafficking controlled substance first offense. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cross, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure. Mr. Gibson, you need to be up here at the justice at the Clinton County Courthouse on July the 8th.
Your Honor, may I interject before you do that? We've already got a suppression motion filed, and I doubt if we can have meaningful settlement negotiations until Mr. Stockton at least looks at that very carefully.
Okay, well, I tell you, we're going to set some suppression hearings on days other than rule day.
Good.
Mr. Stockton, after you take a look at those, y'all can get back with me.
Well, yeah, I've looked at it today, Mr. Cross's standard blunderbuss suppression motion. We just need to have a hearing date on it.
Well, it's the same United States Constitution and the same Kentucky Constitution, Mr.
Well,
Stockton.
I'm just saying it lacks detail as to what the issue is. So,
Well, we could add some to it, but we did the prelim. There's going to be some merit to it.
Well, let's schedule a date. Two of y'all get together with your calendars. Schedule a date on this same day we're going to do those others. We can do 2 or 3 or 4 of those in a day if we just stay over here all day, and he'll get back with you on it.
I know that Brianna Elmore's attorney will probably want to be involved in the suppression as well. She was, at least in
Well,
regard
you
to
need
one
to
aspect.
contact Brianna Elmore's attorney and have that attorney to file motions. Then.
I'd say he's listening right now, which is why I brought that up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Everyone else that's listening, be aware of the Kentucky United States Constitution, which Mr. Cross and Mr. Stockton both jealously protect. Okay. Well, when y'all get those dates set on the thing, we'll have that on the suppression day, and it will be sooner rather than later. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Super.
Kevin Dale Haddix.
Your Honor, our office represents Mr. Haddix.
There's Mr. Haddix. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Kevin Dow Haddix, 15 CR 00101. Are you Kevin Haddix?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
Your Honor, Mr. Haddix is in a probation violation on a new felony out of Cumberland County, which he was indicted on last month. He will be arraigned on this month. Is Mr. Cross representing him on that also?
I'm going to, at the request of his mother, Your Honor, and Mr. Stockton, I'm going to represent him in that as well. And Jesse, I'd suggest you and I talk before the 24th and pass this to them and see where we are.
Well, since he's going to be arraigned this month, I would suggest the case be set for July the 8th and see if we can come up with a global settlement. If not, we can have a hearing on July the 15th.
July the 8th. If this gentleman makes a bond, whatever the bond is, if he makes a bond, he should be here on July 8th as a condition of his bond. And then on July the 15th.
We can proceed with hearing if we don't have a settlement.
Next court date.
I have a word to tell you fellas. I have a word to tell there.
Kevo, if you think it'll help you, and it's all right with the judge, but I'm gonna try to get you out as soon as I can. I know your daddy's sick and all.
Well, I know that, but Mr. Cross, I mean, whatever I got left on this, and I don't know what kind of felony indictment they got me on in Montgomery County. I mean, I've got a prescription for oxycodone, Percocet.
Kevo, you don't need to say anything else.
Wait.
Yeah, I'll talk with you, Kevo.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll talk with you, okay?
Commonwealth, that's enough. That's enough.
I'll call you, Kevo.
Kentucky,
Okay.
Felicia Hall. Have a nice day, sir.
All right, see y'all.
Yeah, bye-bye. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Felicia Hall.
What is her sentence? I failed to write that one down. Can you hand me her file?
Felicia Hall. Mr. Sheffett, that's one of your clients, yes. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Felicia Hall, 19 CR 0046. We're here on a revocation hearing. Are you Felicia Hall?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hall, what is your date, year of birth?
August 12th, 1988.
Okay, and the last four digits of your social security number.
6935.
Okay, Ms. Hall, we're here today on a revocation hearing. You're represented by your attorney, Sheffett. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
You're muted, Jesse.
Ms. Hall, this is another case where she failed to complete treatment. Ms. Hall has a 3-year sentence on criminal possession of a forged instrument. She missed SAP IOP and got terminated. She also has a positive test for meth. I talked to Mr. Payne and we're recommending that she go to drug court if that's acceptable to the court. If not, we'll proceed with the revocation.
Is your client willing to try drug court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll sign a referral. She can get interviewed. And
I believe the
advanced.
referral's been submitted.
Well, I have to sign an order. You think I've already signed an order on it?
I don't know that you signed it, but I think I submitted it last week.
Okay. I'll sign the order and we'll get the process underway. Ms. Hall, I hope you take advantage of this thing so we can maybe turn your life around, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next case is Commonwealth, Kentucky versus David Harding.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus David Harding, 19 CR 0026. Are you David Harding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what year is your birth?
1/20/79.
And what are the last four digits of your social security number?
8938.
Okay, we're here on a revocation hearing. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Harding owes child support. He's recently made a couple of payments. I want to set him for review in July or August, and if he'll continue to make his payments, he'll be fine. Otherwise, I don't want him to be like one person we had that had to bring him to court every month to get him to pay. If he can't pay regularly, I'm going to ask the court to revoke his probation.
Okay, we're going to put this out to August the 12th. Mr. Harding, if you meet your obligations all the time from now till then, you heard that Commonwealth say that they will recommend that I continue this generally, so I would suggest you do that.
Okay.
So your schedule will be back here on the 12th. Who's your attorney in this case?
Sheffett.
Okay, Mr.
Yes, Your
Sheffett,
Honor.
you can contact with Mr. Sheffett. If you haven't paid, we expect you to be here unless you're relieved by an order not to be here, okay?
I got actual employment now, so they're taking it out of my check. I've got it all set up, so it'll be remembered.
Good. I hope you stay there and things turn around for you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, take it easily. Sherman Ray Hensley. Sherman Ray Hensley. Mr. Hensley, are you on there?
We got a little bit more than that. With them because that he's got all kinds of.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Here he is. Okay. Commonwealth versus Sherman Ray Hensley, 21 CR 0027. Are you Sherman Ray Hensley? Mr. Hensley, are you Sherman Ray Hensley?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, I am.
Okay, what's your year of birth?
9/20/73,
Okay, last four digits of your social security number.
8692.
Okay, we're here today for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned indictment.
Have you got on mute?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm having trouble
You
hearing
want me to
on
talk-
my end.
you want me to talk a little louder, Mr. Hensley? Is that better?
I'm so sorry. Yes, sir, it is. Thank
Okay,
you.
no problem. Okay. Mr. Shefford is your attorney. I'm going to arraign you here. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of marijuana and possession of a controlled substance in the first degree. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, in 21 CR 0038, the grand jury has also indicted you with trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, second offense, and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Shefford, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Hensley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes. And Judge, just to clarify, this is 21 CR 27.
Okay, there is CR 27 and 38, 21 CR 0037, 21 CR 038. There's two different.
And 38 is the one that has the trafficking charge.
Yes, 38 is the one that has the trafficking charge in the PFO.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll set Mr. Hensley as a condition of your bond. You shall be here at the courthouse on July the 8th to discuss your matter with your attorney in the Commonwealth. Your next court date is July the 15th. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Herman?
Yes.
Can you give me a mailing address?
137 Logan Drive.
And a phone number?
606 328 4091.
91. Thank you.
That's my lawyer.
Okay, you're released, Mr. Hensley, from this hearing. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Charles J. Hicks, 21 CR 0013. Somebody help Mr. Hensley. Mr. Hensley, turn your microphone and camera off. Somebody help him there. Okay, thank you. Are you Charles J. Hicks?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born, Mr. Hicks?
1980.
And last four digits, social security number?
9917.
Yeah. Now, I understand that you filed a motion to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 0013?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
You have reviewed the evidence which the Commonwealth has against you. Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go down through the rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that he's about to read, but I do not have to accept the recommendation. I can sentence you to any amount of time provided by law. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will get the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not agree to accept it, I'll give you an opportunity to take additional time, or you can withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Stockton, will you go over your recommendation, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Hicks will plead guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, first offense. He'll receive a sentence of 6 years, probated for 5 years. He'll serve 94 days in jail. That will be the amount of credit he'll have when he's final sentenced, and he'll remain in jail till final sentencing. He'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court. He'll obtain and maintain gainful employment, remain on active supervision until all fines and fees have been paid. At the conclusion of the co-defendant's case, in his case, all evidence in this case will be destroyed. Okay.
You're muted, Judge.
Show it on there for me. I'm sorry. Is that what you agreed to, Mr. Hicks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has anyone threatened or coerced you in any way to get you to do this?
No, sir.
Okay. You're pleading guilty because you are guilty. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you understand that by entering this plea that any future convictions could be enhanced under the persistent felony offender law. You could receive more time. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this your signature on the document here?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will accept your plea, order pre-sentence investigation report, schedule a sentencing for July the 15th. Your court costs are $155. You won't have to pay that until 30 days after your release from incarceration, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Go to the next case on the docket. Commonwealth versus Ricky Dwayne Jones. Ricky Dwayne Jones.
I've had no contact with Mr. Jones.
Okay, well, issue a bench warrant ROR for Mr. Jones to be here on July the 15th in person, okay? Next case is Commonwealth versus Cody Keith.
I'm here.
Commonwealth versus Cody Keith, 20 CR 0049. You're Cody Keith?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is the year of your birth, Mr. Keith?
4693.
Okay, the last 4 digits of your social security number, please.
5490.
Okay, we're here today on a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, do you have anything to report on this?
No, I've not discussed this with Mr. Sheffett. I'm sure he would have if he'd had contact. I would ask that Mr. Keith be there on July the 8th and then back in court the 15th.
Okay, Mr. Keith, you need to be here at the courthouse on July the 8th to negotiate your case with the Commonwealth. And your next court date will be the 15th, okay? July the 15th. Okay, thank you very much.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
Yeah, you too. Michael Keith, Commonwealth versus Michael Keith.
Your Honor, our office represents Mr. Keith. I'm going to fall on my sword on this one. I met with Mr. Keith last week. He lives in Crossville. Met with him down there.
Mr. Sheffett, will you turn your camera off? Thank you. Go ahead.
I failed to tell Michael when his court date was specifically. I remember telling him we've got one coming up. I realized that he might not have known, and I've tried to reach him since yesterday evening and have not been able to. So I apologize to the court that he's not on. We don't have the case resolved. I would suggest we set it over for the 8th and the court forgive him because I failed to be sure he knew about his court date.
Judge, I mailed him a court notice.
And I understand that. And I've even got a copy of that, Megan. I've got a copy of your Zoom notes, but it's my mistake.
It's not your mistake. We mailed it to him. Okay, I'm issuing a bench warrant for him and have an ROR on it. And he'll be here on July the 8th for negotiation as a condition of his bond, his original bond and this new bond. And then he'll be here on the 15th.
Fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Rebecca Major. Commonwealth versus Rebecca Major. Rebecca Major, are you on there?
Judge, I'm not sure about her location. I did mail her a notice. Courtnet shows that she was served her warrant of arrest on the indictment. I see no bond posted, so I'm not really sure what's going on.
Pre-trial, you want to take a look at that for a second?
Yes, she did the administrative release ROR, and she has been calling in and compliant with us. She should have got a text from us this morning about the court date.
Well, it says for arraignment here. I guess she's already been, she hadn't been arraigned yet. The bond says June 10th on it.
She did not post a bond. There was no bond. She was administratively released.
Well, I know, but there's a document here. I might have said a bond. There's a bond here where they administrate, they've got ROR on it. And she signed it here. And it has a court date here. Right there. So I don't know if they're administrative release that they have them do an ROR, they have them to sign these documents. I haven't seen one. At the bottom, well, yeah, wait. At the bottom, it says released pursuant to Supreme Court order. And got her signature and says that she's to be here at 10 today. I mean, at 9 today on June the 10th.
I think a lot of these arraignments may think that we are going to call them because that's what we do in district court. And there's probably maybe a lack of communication there. People don't know. Okay,
well, we'll do a bench warrant for another ROR and have her to be here on the 8th for negotiation. She's your client, Mr. Sheffield?
Yeah, Judge, we probably just need to set her on the 15th for an arraignment to get her arraigned first.
Well, there's no reason you couldn't negotiate.
Well, if the Commonwealth wants to go ahead and provide discovery in advance of the arraignment.
Have her arraigned on the 15th, and if you want to have her to saunder in on the 8th, something's happened to us here.
Mr. Jones is sharing his screen with us.
I'm sorry, look, I'm not used to this. Just a second, please.
I stopped it.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir.
We haven't called Mr. Jones's case yet, have we?
Yes, it's not on when we called it.
Yes, sir.
Wait just a second, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. I'm here. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams.
Wait just a second, Mr. Jones. Let's go back to that case. Okay, we issued a warrant for Mr. Jones. He's present now. I'll withdraw the warrant. Mr. Shepard, are you Mr. Jones's attorney?
I think this may be a direct presentment, but I have represented him on other things.
Okay, well, I'm going to appoint you to represent him for this. Is this an arraignment?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones, are you born in 1980, Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, what are the last four digits of your social security number?
5110.
Okay. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, methamphetamine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge Mr. Jones's identity, Mr. Shepard,
Yes, Your Honor.
and agree to waive formal reading and arraignment, having copies of indictment forward to you with the reciprocal discovery compliance.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to contact Mr. Shepard, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones,
Yes, sir.
are you moving your camera around? Hold your camera still.
I can't hear. If I hold my camera still, I can't hear it, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. We got a good close up of your right ear there. So you get in contact with your attorney and you be up here at the courthouse on July 8th to negotiate your case. And on July 15th, you'll be here in person at court. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Can I have a mailing address if you have one?
Okay, it's P.O. Box 110, Albany, Kentucky.
And a phone number?
606-306-4816.
4816. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the next case is Rodney Mannis. Mr. Jones, you can turn your camera off if you'd like to.
Thank you.
Yeah. Rodney Mannis.
Yeah.
Commonwealth versus Rodney Mannis, 21 CR 0020. Are you Rodney Mannis? Are you Rodney Mannis?
Sir.
Okay. What are the last four digits of your social security number?
3824.
Okay, the grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by unlawful taking or disposition of a vehicle over $500, but under $10,000. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
You have an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Who is your
I
attorney?
represent him, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Shepard represents you. You have a right to remain silent. Mr. Shepard, you acknowledge his identity, waive formal reading and arraignment, receive the indictment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. A reciprocal discovery order will be sent.
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a copy of the indictment yet?
I have a copy, yes.
Okay, so the reciprocal discovery. This gentleman shall be present on July the 8th for a negotiation of his case, and on July 15th for court date. Now, Mr. Shepard, Mr. Stockton, and any other attorneys are available. If you've got incarcerated clients, I think that it would be good for you to coordinate a time specific, have all these incarcerated people brought on, and so they won't be over here all day. So maybe you hear them first, and people that aren't incarcerated, you hear them later, but y'all work that out on the 8th, okay?
That's fine.
Judge, can we inquire about his bond?
Well, sure you can. What is his bond? Pre-trial?
It's a $20,000 surety bond.
Okay.
Your Honor, Rodney is from Tennessee, and he's unable to. Almost all of his contacts are out of state. When he heard that he had been indicted, he voluntarily came to the sheriff's office in Albany and turned himself in. So he didn't wait to be extradited or wait to be served. He took action. And then he's unable to make that surety bond, unfortunately. I'd ask the court, especially considering that he did what he did to get served with the indictment. I'd ask the court to unsecure, maybe make that a $20,000 unsecured bond.
Well, you still have to have even if it's an unsecured bond, if someone signed a surety, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just asking for it to be unsecured, where he would be personally responsible for it if he violated the bond.
Well, that's, might as well do an ROR as that.
Or an ROR. I mean, Mr. Mannis, I think by taking, I don't know that I've had a client do that, and unfortunately, it cost him because he wasn't able to set a relatively low bond because of just circumstances. So he sat in jail for around a month.
What about Mr. Mannis, Mr. Stockton?
The one thing concerns me, he'd need to sign a waiver of extradition if he's living out of state. He would also, maybe he could post $1,000 cash bond or some type of prop bond like that.
Can you do $1,000 cash?
I'm pretty sure you can, Honor. Can I say one thing? Also, my children.
Wait. I don't want you to say anything that would incriminate yourself.
It won't. Just to secure that I wouldn't run. My children reside in Albany, Kentucky as well. You know what I mean? I wouldn't lose them.
I'll do a $10,000 10%.
Okay,
that means
$1,000.
$1,000, but you'd be responsible for 10.
Okay.
And then sign a waiver of extradition form.
That's fine.
That
I agree
if they
with that,
don't have
sir.
it to jail, we'll send somebody send him one over there.
I can do that.
And so you're acknowledging in open court that you will not fight extradition back to Kentucky. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We'll send the form over. And you be back up here on July the 8th to negotiate your case and July 15th for your next court date. Okay?
Thank you,
Rodney, make sure you call me when you get out.
Thank you.
Ask her about whole bond or something all the time. You should not turn the camera
Okay.
off. You too. Do I just hold this?
Yeah. Okay, baby. I just baby.
Okay. Okay, we're back on here. Who has SM 1206A? Who are you? Sir? You have your Megan, can
Judge,
you tell?
that's Tony Albertson. I think he was called early in the docket.
Let's go back to Commonwealth versus Tony Albertson. Mr. Albertson, are you there? Mr. Albertson? Mr. Albertson, hit your microphone there so you can talk. Mr. Albertson? Mr. Albertson? I can hear you. Say something, Mr. Albertson. I can hear him if he'll talk. Mr. Albertson. Mr. Albertson.
Hello?
Yeah, well, we called your case earlier here.
Yeah, my phone. I just now got it where I can figure it out how to work it, I think.
Okay, go back to Mr. Albertson's case.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go back to Mr. Albertson's case. Do what? Yeah, I'll pull the warrant that I issued for us. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Albertson, what's your year of birth?
March the 14th, 1984. That's my birthday.
Last four digits of your social security number.
9471.
Okay, the grand jury, who is your lawyer here? Is it Brad Shuffett?
I ain't never got one yet. I ain't never pleaded guilty or not guilty on it.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Shuffett, will you come on for the purpose of arraignment here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is Mr. Shuffett. I'm going to temporarily appoint him as your attorney. You can contact him to see if you're eligible. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with cultivation of marijuana and possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand those charges? Also with possession of marijuana. Okay, Mr. Shepard.
Yeah, he found a little bag of
Wait,
pot in my drawer.
wait. Don't you say anything.
Oh,
It can be used
I'm
against
sorry.
you. Don't say anything. Okay. Do you understand the charges? Don't tell me anything about the charge. Do you understand them?
Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
Okay, you acknowledge his identity, enter plea of not guilty. I'll give the discovery to you. Mr. Albertson, you give him he's gonna give you a phone number, Mr. Albertson, for you to contact Mr. Shepard. Okay, you got a pencil and paper? Mr.
Yes,
Shepard?
sir. Just a second. Hey, honey, would you give me a pen and paper, please? I'm afraid this will go off if I move. Just a second.
Tony, can you go ahead and be giving me a mailing address for you?
Yep, my mailing address where I get my mail here at home, it's 2917 Letter Oak Road.
What Oak Road?
Letter Oak.
Okay. You ready for my phone number?
She's on her way back now. Hey,
Well,
honey.
Tony, Angela knows how to get in touch with me.
You got Brad's number.
I'm required to it, but if you want to give it to me.
Okay, hold she to get me a pen. You got one, babe? Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, it's 833
833
254
254
2467.
2467.
Okay, you get in contact.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, he's gonna send you some papers. You be up here at the courthouse on July the 8th for your negotiation, and July the 15th for your next
Okay.
court date. So you gotta be up here July the 8th and July 15th. So you contact him, and make arrangements to meet with Brad. Okay, thank you very much. I've withdrawn the bench.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, have a good day. Kate, the next case is Commonwealth versus Matthew A. May, who is present here in the courtroom. Mr. May, stand there. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Shuffett, do you represent Mr. May? Okay, you need to get.
It's
Mr.
a direct presentment. I'm not familiar with Mr. May.
Mr. May, do you have an attorney? Are you going to be able to afford one? Okay, well, for the purpose of arraignment, I'm going to let Mr. Brad Shuffett from the Office of Public Advocacy stand in. Wave at him, Mr. Shuffett.
Can you
There
see
he
me,
is.
Mr. May?
Yeah, okay. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking and controlled substance, first offense, drug paraphernalia, buying or possessing and possession of controlled substance, first degree, trafficking, drug paraphernalia, and possession. I don't want you making comment on those charges, but do you understand the charges? Okay, Mr. Shuffett, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. May. He just acknowledged it. The formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. May, will you give a mailing address so Mr. Shuffett can send you this discovery? What is your mailing address? 220 Bradley, 220 Bradley Road, Albany, Kentucky.
Okay.
And you need to contact Mr. Shuffett. Mr. Shuffett, I guess write down this phone number on a sticky for this gentleman. Give us your phone number, Mr. Shuffett.
833-254-2467.
Okay, give Mr. May that phone number. You contact him the next day or two, and that way you make arrangements, and then he'll take the information to see if you're if you qualify for appointment. Okay, if you get a private attorney between now and then, you need to tell Mr. Shuffett, and he'll send a discovery to them. You and your attorney need to appear on July the 8th here at the courthouse to negotiate your case with the Commonwealth. Your next court date is July 15th, okay? And the 15th. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Shannon Gail Mercer. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Shannon Gail Mercer, 20 CR 0034. Are you Shannon Gail Mercer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1975.
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number 5655, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say in this case?
Your Honor, I'd ask that we meet, meet July the 8th and the 15th. I don't know, has the court ruled on the suppression motion?
They've not, Jesse. No.
Yeah, I guess we need a ruling on that, Your Honor. And then whenever we get that, it needs to be reset.
Well, I'll enter a ruling on it. And Ms. Megan, have we got that under submission?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll issue a rule on the next 2 or 3 days, and we'll go ahead and set the negotiations on July 8th and the next court date on July 15th. And if I suppress certain documents or certain evidence, then Mr. Stockton, you can give us notice as to whether you have enough to proceed or not. And if you do, that won't be necessary. But right now, Mr. Mercer, you'll be up here on the 8th at the courthouse to negotiate, and the 15th for your next court date, okay? Thank you very much. Next day is Walter Z. Miller. Commonwealth versus Walter Z. Miller. Are you Walter Z. Miller?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your year of birth, Mr. Miller?
8/27/84.
And what are the last four digits of your social security number?
7915.
Okay. Now this is the pretrial conference here. What do you have to say? It looks like Mr. Shepard is your attorney.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge. This is one that I've been talking with Mr. Stockton about. I'm also in the process of trying to gather some mental health records to see whether a mental health defense or competency is an issue. I guess at this point, I'd ask just to set it for the 8th and the 15th and see where we're at. I should have some records by then.
Mr. Miller should be available on July the 8th for negotiation of his case with the Commonwealth. And on
Judge, I would on Mr. Miller's behalf regarding bond, he's got a $20,000 surety.
Let me check. And then on July the 15th for his next court day. Now go ahead, Mr. Shepard.
He's got a $20,000 surety. His mom lives in Cookville, or she could make that. He believes he can make a $1,000 or $1,500 cash bond if the court would change it from a surety to a cash bond.
Your Honor, based on the charges on this case, I would ask for a hearing.
Yeah, he's got a fleeing, and evading, and reckless driving, operating under the influence, and being a PFO. Pretty serious charges.
Not really asking for a decrease in bond. I mean, I think a $1,000 cash bond is probably a harsher bond than a surety bond. It's just like his mom's in Tennessee, so she's not available to serve as a surety.
What is this? What is the surety bond I have down?
I've got you for I've got it for a $20,000 surety.
Pre-trial, are you still on?
Yes, it's a $20,000 surety.
I'll set a $10,000, 10%. Stay out of the state of Kentucky. Sign a waiver of extradition. Sir, do you waive extradition back to Kentucky? You'll have to sign a form before you leave, but you agree to come back to
Yes, sir.
Kentucky without having to extradite you. So we'll send us a waiver of extradition form over there. You stay out of the state of Kentucky.
Yes,
You'll
sir.
be back up here July the 8th to negotiate the case with your attorney and the Commonwealth, and July 15th is your next court date. If you're out on bond, okay?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Miller,
Yes, sir.
if you make bond, please let me know.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, Brett Wayne Murphy. Commonwealth versus Brett Wayne Murphy, 20 CR 0050. Are you Brett Wayne Murphy?
Yes, sir.
What year were you born, Mr. Murphy?
1981.
What's the last four digits of your social security number?
8850.
Okay, you have the right to remain silent. I suggest, rather than one of the previous participants today, that you not make any incriminating statements. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with flagrant and unsupport. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stockton, what's the amount of support involved in this? Allegedly, your speaker, your microphone's off, Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, give me just a minute. That's on the other Mr. Murphy. I got on the wrong case. It should be whatever's on the indictment, Your Honor. We're having trouble. Let's see. $16,034 is what he's indicted on, Your Honor.
16,000, okay. Okay, well, he's out on bond, so you'll be back here on.
Your Honor, may I address the court?
Sure.
First of all, you failed the reign. But there's three things I want to state to the court. Number one, when Brett came to see me, I told him that he didn't need to be paying a private lawyer. He needed to address all of his efforts to pay his support. And he and I have an understanding that's basically what he's doing. I've been hired, but it's more like walking across and taking care of a traffic ticket. But I know his family and wanted to help him. At number two, he's paid $5,000.
Let me arraign him then. You said I hadn't formally arraigned him. The Commonwealth of Kentucky has returned an indictment charging you with flagrant and unsupport. Mr. Cross, you acknowledge his identity and you acknowledge the indictment.
Yes.
Arraignment and plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes.
Okay, I'll sign a reciprocal discovery order and get you the information mailed to Mr. Cross. The next time he needs to be up here to negotiate will be July the 8th. And he'll need to be up here on a motion date for July 15th. Both of them are conditions of his bond, okay?
Your Honor, as I was not quite through with what I said, I wanted to announce to the court and the Commonwealth that Mr. Murphy's paid $5,000 on his arrearage this morning. That's been paid to the county clerk, the circuit clerk's office, and Brett's got himself straightened out after a tough time.
That's great. That's great. And you and Mr. Stockton, if you negotiate something and he wants to say that the negotiation on the 8th is off and he wants to continue, y'all can send me a joint order and I'll sign that.
Okay. One final matter, Your Honor. Mr. Murphy's on a curfew. He's employed in Wayne County, living up in Wayne County. He works construction. And the way the schedule is, it would be wonderful if we could lift his curfew. He's going to do the best he can to get this addressed as quickly as possible. And it might help him if he could have his curfew lifted.
Mr. Stockton.
As long as he's at work or traveling to or from work, his curfew shouldn't matter.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but there's things he can do to hopefully legally and safely round up some extra money and do some things. And shouldn't, I don't, he's demonstrated a tremendous amount of good faith paying $5,000.
Well, I could argue that he didn't act in very good faith to get behind by $16,000 too, but I'm not going to say that. I just think Mr. McCross and I need to confer. We could probably do something by agreed order, but I don't know what he's talking
Okay,
about.
all right, we'll talk there.
Okay, well, I'll be amenable to looking at the agreed order. Okay, Jason Commonwealth versus Jason.
July 8th.
All right.
Damn.
That'd be the 8th and the 15th for the last guy. Jason L. Murphy. Are you Jason L. Murphy?
Yes, sir.
This is 20 CR 0001. You're here for a revocation hearing. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, this is another case. Mr. Murphy has a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance. He was under supervision. He missed about 6 or 7 appointments with Adonta for his drug treatment. So I'm recommending that he go into drug court or proceed with revocation.
Mr.
Your Honor,
Scott?
that's agreeable. And I think I've already submitted a referral order.
Okay, well, I'll sign in lieu of revocation, I'll sign a referral to drug court. And Mr. Murphy, it's going to be in your hands now. The drug court is not an easy thing, but if you'll follow their directions and be candid with them, you should be able to put this behind you. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Good luck. We'll get the paperwork over to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Marzanica Sunshine Neal.
Judge, her court notice was returned as a not valid address.
Okay, we will issue a bench warrant. ROR to be here July the 15th.
Your Honor, Marzanka is my client. She's been in good contact with me. She's working at Patriots last week when I talked with her. Could we have her? I can have her there on the 8th. I can let her know that.
Well, we'll do a summons. Since you've vouched for, I'll withdraw the warrant. Do a summons.
Thank you, Judge.
And if she's not here, we will take a severe action. Okay. Kenny Norris.
Yeah.
You want to go downstairs? Mr. Norris has been present out in the hall, but evidently he got weary. And so we'll come back to his case. Cheyenne Perrigen.
This is a note from her. She called and stated that she's on the way to the hospital regarding her baby and that Joseph Cope is with her and he was supposed to be here previously. And you need to see the one on him. That's all we got.
Miss Perrigen called in and said she is on the way to the hospital. Did she say what hospital?
Livingston, I believe, was the state.
Yeah,
Regarding her pregnancy.
regarding a pregnancy. I don't think we're bound by HIPAA. Mr. Stockton, you will turn your microphone on. Mr. Stockton.
I was ordered, Judge. I apologize. I'm back on. I would just like the Perrigens to be set for the 8th and the 15th, and if I can't resolve them, get a trial date.
Well, I'm going to issue a summons for her to be here on the 8th and the 15th. Who's your attorney? Mr. Shuffett?
That's me, Your Honor.
You want to vouch for her too?
Well, I did speak to Tina this morning, and Tina's having trouble with getting on, and I told her about the dates, and I got a good phone number for her now.
You talking about Cheyenne?
I'm talking about Tina, but if I can get a hold of Tina, I can get a hold of Cheyenne too, generally.
Okay.
Mother and daughter, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they were.
Yeah, Vita left the message, she can't log on to her link.
They're not a flight risk, Your Honor. They'll show up.
Okay, if they'd be here on the 8th and 15th. Tina is next on the docket, so the 8th and the 15th, same order. Jerry Paris. Jerry
Yes, Your
Paris.
Honor. Raquel Hawley here. I represent Mr. Paris. That's scheduled for a suppression hearing. However, we would request that that hearing be held in person so that we are able to question the witnesses and hear testimony live. I believe that
These are going to be held in person.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All will be held in person. So when we get the great hearing date, we can do an agreed order on that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait just a second. Mr. Stockton, you trying to say something?
I was just having my secretary check with Miss Vanderpool to see if we gotten some dates yet. She's been working on that.
Okay.
So in touch with Miss Holly as soon as possible.
Thank you.
I'll reschedule him for the 15th to be on the docket on July 15th. And hopefully we will have the suppression hearing before that. Caleb Perdue. Commonwealth versus Caleb Perdue, 21 CR 00022. Are you Caleb Perdue?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perdue, do you have an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Brad Shuffett, sir.
Okay, Mr. Shuffett's on the line. Mr. Perdue, you have the right to remain silent. Suggest you exercise that. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment. Charged of theft by unlawful taking or disposition, receiving stolen property, and being a persistent felony offender, 2 counts. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perdue, you acknowledge, Mr. Shuffett, you acknowledge Mr. Perdue's identity, the receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I sign a reciprocal discovery order in this case, and the discovery will be forwarded to you, Mr. Perdue, through your attorney. We have him here on the 8th of July for negotiation with the Commonwealth, and on the 15th for his next court date. What's his bond situation?
He has a no bond. He's being held on a bond violation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you'll need to negotiate with the Commonwealth on that unless you want to hear.
Well, Your Honor, he had previously made a bond. I would ask for the court to reinstate that bond and allow this time to be served as contempt.
I violated him on the thing, didn't it? What was the situation on the thing? Pre-trial?
Thinking he got new charges after this. He got cited with possession of marijuana within a month of being served with this.
Was there any other charge besides that?
No.
I think there might have been driving on a suspended license.
Your Honor, may I speak, Your Honor?
Mr. Stockton?
I filed a motion to revoke his bond. It was based on 21M97 out of Clinton County. He was driving DUI, suspended license, revoked license, drug paraphernalia, and possession of marijuana. And he pled guilty to those in the district court.
Okay. See, he'll be here on the 8th and the 15th.
Your Honor, may I speak just for a second, please?
Well, I don't know you. I don't know what you're going to say.
I previously lost my mom and my brother, and I haven't yet got to take care of like none of their like the deaths or nothing. You mean? And I've been doing good for real. You mean? I ain't been trying to do bad or nothing. You mean? I've been staying at my grandpa's, Thurman Barnes and stuff. I got a job interview for tomorrow at McDonald's. I've been.
You'll need to talk to your attorney. The problem is you were out on bond, smoking marijuana, driving intoxicated. And
sorry,
so,
I take.
well, I know you are. We'll work it out, but you ain't going to be at McDonald's tomorrow. Okay. You're just going to have to work your way through this. And I hope things turn around. I have sympathy and empathy for people that lose their loved ones and things, but you've got some work to do to get this resolved. So you'll be present on July the 8th to negotiate on the 15th. For
a way that we can reinstate the bond.
No. Okay, no. You already had a bond and you violated it. Thank you. Okay, Bobby Ray Phillips. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to Mr. Norris. Commonwealth versus Kenny Norris. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you, when you brought him in, okay. We never did find Mr. Norris. Okay, Commonwealth versus Bobby Ray Phillips, who is here in the courtroom. 20 CR 0055. Are you Bobby Ray Phillips? You need to put him on the screen. Okay.
Judge, he's represented by Coleman Hurt, and Coleman anticipated appearing on his phone with Mr. Phillips outside.
Mr. Hurt is on the line here.
Here now.
Yes.
I'm virtual, but I'm here. Yes. Mr. Phillips has been outside the courthouse this morning. I'm back on the line now.
I think they were going to appear together.
He's in here, Mr. Hurt, if you want to come in. Are you outside the courthouse, Mr. Hurt?
No, I'm close. I'm actually in my car. I had to plug my phone in, but I'm close. We had some confusion with Mr. Phillips. I had first told him to come to my office when we thought we were remote, and then we ended up being there on that other plea.
Now,
so I
you
had him
just
come.
glad to get out of here today that you just left before anybody changed.
I got out before anybody changed their mind. That's
Yeah, okay. Well, this is Bobby Ray Phillips. He's here for a pretrial conference. There's Mr. Hurt on the screen. See
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Hurt? Okay. Have y'all reached an accord on this case?
we have not yet. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
July, be back on July the 8th to negotiate. You get up with your attorney, be back here on July the 8th to negotiate, and on July 15th is your next court date, and both of them are conditions of your bond, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Hurt.
That's perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Next case is, look, Mr. Phillips had two cases there. Jesse Phillips. Commonwealth versus Jesse Phillips.
That's a right. That's just looking for.
I had no contact with Mr. Phillips.
Issue a bench warrant ROR Mr. Phillips to be here on the 15th. Ricky Phillips. Mr. Cross, you want to turn your camera off?
I thought Terry Phillips was next, Your Honor. Is Terry Phillips?
Ricky Phillips.
Okay.
Bethany Stanziano
Ricky
for
on.
Mr. Phillips.
There's Ricky Phillips is on there. Ms. Stanziano, you want to turn your camera on? Thank you. It's Commonwealth versus Ricky Phillips, 20 CR 0019. Are you Ricky Phillips?
Yes.
What was your year of birth?
1985.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I would ask for the same. Ms. Stanziano and Mr. Phillips be available on the 8th and the 15th. We'll either get a resolution or a trial date.
Be at the Justice Courthouse here in Clinton County on July the 8th and be in court here on July 15th. Is there any complaints, pretrial got any complaints about Mr. Phillips, Ricky Phillips?
I don't know.
Okay, you can stay on the same bond. Okay, the
Will both
next
of those
case,
times, Your Honor, be at 9 a.m., sir?
yes.
Okay. Thank you,
Unless
Your
you
Honor.
negotiate something different with the Commonwealth on the 8th, you can.
All right.
Commonwealth versus Taylor Phillips. Commonwealth versus Taylor Phillips, 21 CR 0042. All right, Mr. Cross.
I've got Terry Phillips, Your Honor, not Taylor.
Okay,
This is mine, Judge, for now, anyway.
okay, Taylor Phillips. Taylor Phillips on there. Issue a bench warrant, ROR, and in addition to other conditions of his bond, have him here on July the 15th. Terry Phillips,
There we go.
21 CR 0006. Are you Terry Phillips?
Yes.
Okay, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by Mr. Cross. Is your birthday 1976?
Yes, Your Honor.
Birth year? Okay, you've been indicted. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with theft by deception. 2 counts. Over $10,000 in each count. You understand those charges?
Yes.
Mr. Cross, you acknowledge your receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, acknowledge Mr. Phillips' identity, enter a plea of not guilty, waive formal reading, as I said.
Yes, Your Honor.
Trial motions, okay? Mr. Phillips needs to be back up here on July the 8th for negotiations, and then back in court on July 15th. Are any complaint to pretrial about his compliance with his bond?
I've heard nothing.
Okay, you can continue on
Your
your
Honor,
same.
may I, in regard to the 8th, a couple of things. Mr. Phillips, before all this came up, had booked a vacation with his family, leaving on the 3rd, coming back on the 11th. They've already prepaid everything. The nature of this case is such that I furnished Mr. Stockton, and I may have filed in the court record, a copy of the lawsuit that Mr. Phillips has filed against the fellow that's.
Okay, well, if it's going to be unresolved issues, let's have him here on the 15th.
15th will be fine, Your Honor. That's fine.
All right, Mr. Stockton.
Well, I can meet on the 12th, 13th, or 14th of July, any of those days.
Well, Jesse, what we're trying to do is see what Bert Smith and Rowdy Livestock are going to do. And,
Well, report to me before the motion day.
and I'm trying to get Bluegrass on board with us, if you know what I'm saying. So I will report.
I don't want to know the details of it here right now, just once y'all get together on the 13th, okay?
We'll get together. Thank you, Your Honor.
The 13th, okay, thank you. No, it's Poor the next one. Commonwealth versus Ricky Lance Poor.
He's in custody in Tennessee, as far as I know, Your Honor. Last report I had on him.
Okay, well, it's up for a revocation hearing. Is there I guess we have a warrant out for him?
We do, and I think I've got a hold of it.
Okay, well, when he is apprehended, then you can have it put back on the docket, okay? Wesley Raines. Wesley Raines.
Yes. No.
Commonwealth versus Wesley Raines, 21 CR 0028. You've got something shining on you there, Wesley Raines. You need to turn your angle around. I don't what that is. Okay.
That's my camera. It's messed up. My phone's busted.
Okay. Mr. Raines, what is your year of birth?
2001.
Okay, you're represented by Mr. Brad Shepard there. See Mr. Shepard. We're going to arraign you on a charge. You have a right to remain silent. I suggest that you exercise that right. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, methamphetamine. Do you understand that charge?
Sir.
Do you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Shepard, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Raines? Receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, interplea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Raines. It says the Commonwealth has got to give your attorney the evidence they have to help you prepare for your defense. You'll be available here at the courthouse in Clinton County on July the 8th for negotiations with the Commonwealth. And then your next court date is July 15th. Are there any complaints about Mr. Raines' compliance with his bond conditions?
Not from me, there's not.
Okay.
Wesley, is your address still Wisdom Dock Road? Wesley.
Yeah.
Is it still Wisdom Dock Road, your address?
3716.
Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll see y'all on 15th. Durward Eugene Salisbury III. Okay, Mr. Salisbury, you're here
Yes,
today
sir.
for a law conference. Your year of birth, 1979?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Shepard, is this your case?
Yes.
What do you say?
He has an arraignment.
Well, this
as
is
representative as well.
21 CR 0064 is another case he has. He's here for the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Salisbury, you have a right to remain silent. I suggest you exercise that right. Grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with traffic control substance, first degree, first offense. And also, it's charged you in 21 CR 0065 for trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, first offense, possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine, and drug paraphernalia. You understand all those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Shepard, you acknowledge the identity of this gentleman, Mr. Salisbury, on these charges. Waive formal reading and arraignment, plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sign a reciprocal discovery order to go ahead and give you the information necessary to prepare for defense. I guess July the 8th for negotiation and July 15th for the next pretrial. Okay. Jamie Nicole Scott. Jamie Nicole Scott.
She contacted me and I sent her an invite.
Says she cannot link on. Issue a bench warrant, ROR, have her to be here on July the 15th. Jimmy K. Simmons. Commonwealth versus Jimmy K. Simmons. Are you Jimmy Simmons?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth?
10/26/62.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, I'd ask also for the 8th and 15th on that. We'll see if we can resolve the case or not.
Simmons, go ahead, Mr.
I was just going to say, I think we will make some progress, and I'll get you some discovery before then, Jesse, so you can review it. I've been waiting on some stuff, still don't have it all, but I'll get it to you ahead of time.
Okay, Mr. Simmons, you'll be here at the courthouse on the 8th of July for negotiations. Your next court date's on the 15th, okay?
Send Benjamin up.
Okay.
Send Benjamin up.
Benjamin.
Yeah,
Benjamin Smith.
he's on the way up, Your Honor. Your Honor, while we were waiting, Michael Keith has just called me, and he appropriately fussed on me because I didn't tell him he had court today, and he does not live at the address where the notice went. So could I get him on? Could the court withdraw the bench warrant, and I can get him on the phone if need be?
Judge, Judge, I was informed that he also has 2 active warrants out of Adair County and a child support and a district court FTA warrant.
Thing about that, Your Honor.
What do you do now?
Well, it's all misdemeanors, maybe.
And I'm assuming the Adair County, it says child support, so I'm assuming they're felony.
He's dealt with that previous, I know. I'm that's come up before, and I don't have any details. I'm sorry.
Commonwealth versus Benjamin E. Smith. Are you Benjamin E. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, we're here today on a pretrial conference. You born in 1991, Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay, what do you have to say, Mr. Smith?
I think I have furnished Mr. Cross the last medical rec bills. I don't know if you've got those or not. I would like to give this a pass on the 8th, and if we don't make any progress, we can get a trial.
That's agreeable, Your Honor. Jesse, I got one estimate from Dr. Stevenson. Is that all?
Be here on July the 8th, and then we will be, next court day is on July 15th. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Lloyd E. Smith.
Set it kitchen, Patty.
Lloyd E. Smith.
You're any hungry.
He's online, Judge.
Mr. Smith, will you hit your camera and your microphone so we can see and hear you? Mr. Lloyd Smith. Mr. Smith, there should be a place on your screen.
I got you. You got me now. You got me now.
I got you, but I have a picture. There's a little camera looking thing that we can see you now. If you can get to it.
Now, get it? What is going on with the phone? They got it. I don't know.
I can't see your picture, Mr. Smith.
Just loud.
Hear your voice. Can't see your picture.
Well, there you go. There you are. Start my video.
There you are.
All right.
There, I got you now. I got you now.
You're in.
Okay. Okay. Commonwealth versus Lloyd E. Smith. You're here today for a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Smith has several cases. I think he's been arraigned on all of them, so I'd ask for the 8th and 15th so we can negotiate it.
Mr. Smith, you need to be here at the courthouse in Albany to negotiate your cases on July 8th. Can you hear me? Mr.
July the
Smith,
8th.
can you hear me?
Yeah, July the 8th.
July the 8th. Be here at the courthouse to negotiate your various cases that you have. And then your next court date will be July the 15th, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Be here the 8th. It's a condition of your bond to be here on the 8th, okay?
Be there.
Okay.
And Sherry will talk to you. Thanks. Thanks. Your Honor, I'm his daughter, Sherry Barnes, and I'm supposed to be in court today, but this is the first time we just now got this thing fixed. Could you do my case now,
Yeah,
or?
I just issued a criminal summons for you to be here. Who's your attorney?
That's me as well, Judge. It was early on in the docket.
Okay,
I'm
ma'am,
so sorry.
you be here. You be here on July the 8th to meet with your attorney to negotiate your case, and then you come here on July 15th. You're in good shape, okay?
July the 8th and July the 15th.
Yeah, and I'll withdraw the criminal summons, okay?
Actually, Judge, I think she needs to be formally arraigned. I don't know that she had ever been arraigned.
Well, let me look at your case file here, okay?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you all.
No problem, no problem. Okay, ma'am, this is 21 CR 0036. Are you Sherry Sue Barnes?
Yes.
Okay, the grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you to complicity to traffic and controlled substance in the first degree, and also has charged you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree methamphetamine. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, Mr. Sheffield, you acknowledge this lady's identity, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order for you, and they'll be giving you information so your attorney can work on your defense. You be up here on July the 8th to negotiate the case, and July 15th, I suggest you call your attorney before then, okay?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Once again, I'm
Patricia.
sorry for interrupting you all.
No, that's all right, fine. Patricia Diane Smith.
I'll hang this up, Daddy.
Miss Patricia Diane Smith is appearing here in court. This is 20 CR 0033. Who's your attorney, ma'am? Mr. Sheffield, this is one of yours.
Yes.
We're here on a pretrial conference, wanton endangerment at first degree and terroristic threat in third degree. Mr. Stockton, what do you have to say about this case?
Mr. Sheffield and I have discussed this case, but I would ask for the 8th and
Put her on the camera.
see if we can resolve it.
Are you Patricia Diane Smith? Okay, so you be back up here at the courthouse on July the 8th. And then write that down for here, July 8th. And then back your court date's on July 15th. He's going to hand it to you here. Clerk's going to write it so you, well, she'll set that down for you, as my grandmother used to say. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Commonwealth versus Scotty Spear. Are you Scotty Spear?
Sure.
Born in 1994?
Yes.
Okay, you're here for a revocation hearing. Your attorney is Mr. Sheffield. You see him on the line there?
Yes.
Okay. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, this is also a motion to revoke on possession of controlled substance, 3-year sentence. Mr. Spear was referred to Adonta for drug treatment. He failed to go. I'm recommending that he go to drug court if he wants to take it. If not, I'd ask to proceed with my motion to revoke.
Mr. Sheffield, have you discussed the possibility of drug court with your client?
Yes, we're in agreement, and I've already submitted a referral order.
Okay, I'll sign the referral order, Mr. Spear. As soon as they get you qualified, if they accept you into drug court, you can get out for your orientation. I suggest that you take advantage of this opportunity to turn your life around and take it seriously and work with those people. So you should be expecting them to contact you in the near future, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Commonwealth versus Eric Stamey or Stammy. Eric Stamey.
Yes, sir.
How you say your name? Stamey or Stamey?
Stamey.
Stamey. Okay, Eric. This is 20 CR 0062. You're here today for the purpose of review. You born in 1990?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you have here, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, he was accepted into drug court and he should be released any time, according to Mr. Cross. I think he should be contacting Ms. Thompson.
Okay. Well, Mr. Stamey, Mr. Cross says, and that's the drug personnel, Mr. Cross, says that they're going to be contacting you soon. I hope you take full advantage of your drug court opportunity and turn things around, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Johnny Stevens. Mr. Stevens is present out in the hallway. We'll bring him in. Commonwealth versus Johnny Stevens, 18 CR 0059. Are you Johnny Stevens? Okay, are you born in 1977? Last four digits of your social security number are what? Okay, Mr. Stevens is here on a revocation hearing. You're represented by Mr. Brad Shuffett. Wave at him, Mr. Shuffett.
Hey, Johnny.
Okay, now you need to get him on the, is he on the computer? Okay. Okay, what do you have, Mr. Stockton, as far as revocation?
Your Honor, Mr. Stevens was supposed to pay $3,000 in restitution. He's paid 2 payments this year of $150 each, March the 17th and April the 15th. So he's not made a payment since April 15th. He should have already paid $500 this year and he's paid $300. A couple $100 behind and hadn't made a payment since April the 15th.
Mr. Shepard?
Well, Johnny, what's your prospects of getting that caught up for us?
I can make it, I got another payment to make tomorrow, but I can't make it until after 1 o'clock on my mail runs. I mean, I had planned on making it tomorrow.
Did you get COVID payments or anything?
No, I didn't feel disability. I mean, I got that stimulus check months ago, but I mean, it was.
Yes.
There's not really no excuse why I didn't, but you know, I just did it. And I paid bills and got a car, so I make sure I had a way to court, but I can make it.
What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
The only thing I could catch that he said was that he could make a payment tomorrow and he really didn't have any excuse. That's the only thing I heard him say out of all that.
Well, the other stuff that he said wasn't helpful, so I'll just.
Probably better that I didn't hear you.
All right. What kind of payment can you make tomorrow? What's he supposed to be paying a month?
$100 a month. And I don't know what the total arrearage is left, how much he still owes, if the clerk could tell us. I know he's made payments in the past.
What'd you say?
Child support would have to have that in.
So the child support down at, well, this is on theft.
It's not child, it's restitution.
It's restitution.
We'll take a look at it.
He
Hold
still
on.
owes 25.
$2,225.
Well, how much money can he pay tomorrow? And then I think we need to review it.
Pay $100 tomorrow. But I just try to look for more if I need to.
Okay, pay $100 tomorrow and 100 more in 2 weeks.
Okay, let's do that and review it the 15th.
And we'll review it the 15th. And if you can pay more than that, it'll be good, but pay at least $100 tomorrow and $100 more in 2 weeks, okay? Okay, and we'll see you back here on the 15th of July. Okay. Okay, Jennifer Stockton. Commonwealth versus Jennifer Stockton. Are you Jennifer Stockton?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 00044. Ms. Stockton, is your year of birth 1976?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you have here, Mr. Stockton?
I don't know if Mr. Sheffield just wants to go ahead and set a trial or if he wants to have a pre-trial meeting on her.
Well,
she has a lot of time over her head on the parole board.
At this point, I'd like for us to try in July. We're, you know, I've talked to Miss Stockton. She's willing to settle the case, and I think make some legitimate offers to do so. And also I had some issues getting her discovery tour on these, so I need to be able to get that to her as well.
We have her available on July the 8th. And then if you can't reach an agreement, we'll set a trial date on July 15th, which will be our next court date, okay? Thank you very much.
Hello, Your Honor.
Eric Ray Story. Commonwealth versus Eric Ray Story, 21 CR 0019. Are you Eric Ray Story? Mr. Story, you need to hit your microphone button there. There you go. Thank you, buddy. Yeah.
You hear me now?
I can hear you now. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. How many times we all say that when we on our cell phones? You know, that's a phrase of this century. Can you hear me now?
That's it.
The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with resisting arrest, trafficking controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, methamphetamine, and being a persistent felony offender in the trafficking case. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Shuffett, are you representing this gentleman?
Yes, for the moment. He's a co-defendant with Mr. Lloyd Smith, so it could be they have conflict.
You acknowledge his identity, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes.
Now you need to determine whether you need conflict counsel appointed. If you do, you need to notify the court which one of the cases that you're going to take, or if they sign waivers, then you'll be there on July the 8th. If not, let's get conflict counsel on soon enough that they can participate, get informed, and be there on July 8th. Okay.
Mr. Story.
Yes, sir.
I need a mailing address so I can send discovery to you.
605 Poplar Street, Albany, Kentucky.
And do you have a phone number?
It's 306-3894.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Taylor Phillips. I see Taylor Phillips is on the screen here. You know, sorry, that's my stuff here.
We done.
Taylor Phillips.
Yes.
Okay, are you Taylor Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. What did we do in Taylor Phillips's case?
It's a pretrial conference. We'll need the 8th and 15th date. And I don't know if Mr. Shuffett has to get conflict counsel in this case or not.
Well, that's likely going to be the case. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna withdraw the warrant I issued a while ago. You're to be up here on the 8th of July for conferences with your attorney in the Commonwealth, and on the 15th. And Mr. Shuffett will get in contact with you concerning whether he has to have conflict counsel with you and the co-defendant, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We're to Stuber now. Commonwealth versus Andy Ann Stuber. Ms. Stuber, you want to turn your microphone and your camera on? Ms. Stuber?
It's allowing me right now.
It's what?
Says start video. Let's wait.
Okay.
Can you see me now?
Okay, yeah, I can see you now. And also Jonathan Stuber is on there. Both of you are there for arraignment. Ms. Stuber, were you born in 1989? You born in 1989, Ms. Stuber?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Stuber?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stuber, you're here on 21 CR 0024. Your wife is 0025, okay? I'm going to arraign you first,
Sir.
Ms. Stuber. The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance, first degree, methamphetamine, and trafficking controlled substance, methamphetamine. Now, you represent her, Mr. Shuffett.
Yes, Your Honor.
You acknowledge receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes.
Now, is the fact situation with her husband, Mr. Jonathan Stuber, is it going to cause you conflict?
Undetermined. I think this may be one where I can represent both of them. There are other
Okay.
co-defendants that I won't be able to.
Okay, Mr. Stuber, the grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, methamphetamine, and trafficking controlled substance, first degree, first offense, methamphetamine, and being a persistent felony offender. You understand that?
Understand.
You understand? Okay. Well, Mr. Shuffett, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Jonathan Stuber, the receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. and Ms. Stuber, and Mr. Shuffett will be sending you some documents to help you prepare for your defense. Both of y'all be back up here on July the 8th for a conference with the Commonwealth to see if you can reach a plea agreement or to discuss the case with the Commonwealth, and then be back here on July 15th for your next court date, okay?
Candy and John, what's a mailing address for you?
P.O. Box 659.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Trenton Tucker. Commonwealth versus Trenton Tucker. Y'all never did find Mr. Norris?
It'll be just a second, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Okay. If anybody knows Kenny Norris out there, they need to call him and tell him he needs to get back up here. He waited around for a while. When we call his case, he wasn't here. I don't want to have to issue a warrant for him. Excuse me. Trenton Tucker. Trenton Tucker. Is Trenton Tucker there?
Coming up the hallway.
Okay.
Judge, I just called the number I had for Mr. Norris and didn't receive an answer.
Well, I'll wait to the end of the docket before I issue a bench warrant for him because he was here for a while.
He was here sick because he didn't have a telephone.
Trenton Tucker? Okay. Commonwealth versus Trenton Tucker, 21 CR 007. Are you Trenton Tucker? Are you Trenton Tucker? Okay. You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Do you have the pre-sentence investigation report? Right here. I have it right here. Mr. Tucker, have you seen the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Mr. Tucker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
upon a plea of guilty. Of fleeing or evading, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty to assault third, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. The two sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years to serve. The defendant shall pay court costs in an amount of $155, but that won't be due for payment until 30 days after the incarceration is over. Okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Judge, there were 2 indictment numbers. There was another charge he was being sentenced on as well.
Well, that was 20 CR 0030 and 21 CR 007. Have I missed something on the sentencing?
There was an assault third degree charge under.
I included that, I think. That
Okay.
was, the assault third was 21 CR 007. And they got 5 years on that, and they got 5 years on 20 CR 0030. But the two, however, shall run concurrently at the same time. Okay? Thank y'all. Heron Tuggle. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Heron Tuggle. 20
Betsy
CR
Stanziano. I'm sorry, Judge.
20 CR 0064. Are you Heron Tuggle? Okay, Mr. Tuggle is here for a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, is this another one that we need to have a pretrial conference on?
Yes, Your Honor. The last thing I knew, Mr. Sheffett was representing Mr. Tuggle, so we need to meet on the 8th and 15th.
You have the discovery, Ms. Stanziano?
Judge, I have the majority of it. I think there may be 1, possibly 2 things I don't have. But I also have the offer.
Okay, come here for negotiation on July the 8th, Mr. Tuggle, with your attorney, and be here on July 15th for your next court date.
Judge, could I ask Mr. Tuggle to provide me with a phone number or just let me know if this is correct, 606-278-9987.
Mr. Tuggle, did you hear that?
Yeah, that's correct.
He says that is correct for the court.
Okay, ask him please to call me. You know what? I'll call him in 5 minutes.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You need to get to your phone. Okay, she's gonna call you. Thank you. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Joe E. Turner. Joe E. Turner.
I've had no contact with Mr. Turner.
No contact with Mr. Turner. Issue a bench warrant for Mr. Turner. Do an ROR bond for him to be here on July the 15th. Who's his attorney? Mr. Sheffett?
Yes.
I would suggest that if you want him to appear on the 8th for negotiation, that you contact him and try to schedule something with him on the 8th.
That's a good idea, Judge. I just don't know that I can make it happen.
Suggested that. I don't know.
It is genuinely a good idea. I just don't know that I'm.
You know, I like people that appreciate my good ideas. I thank you for that praise, but have him here. He'll be here on an ROR bond on July 15th. He can explain to me why he wasn't here today. Danny Way Tweedy. Danny W. Tweedy. Danny Tweedy.
He contacted me and I provided him with a Zoom link.
Your Honor, Mr. Sheffett and I have been contacted about this case. I've got an issue I need to resolve. We can just pass him to the 15th. I should be able to announce something to the court.
You don't need him on the 8th, you just need him on the 15th?
No, the 15th.
Okay, well, I'll do criminal summons for him to be here on the 15th. Make sure he tries to get notice. Commonwealth versus Donovan Waller. Donovan Waller. There's Donovan Waller. Okay, Mr. Waller, were you born in 1994?
He charged with you.
The last four digits, social security number 3617.
Sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What do you have, Mr. Stockton, on this?
Is Mr. Sheffield going to be representing him, or will there be conflict counsel?
There'll be conflict counsel. We have secured a new contract attorney who's going to be taking Donovan's case. I'm not sure of his name. I'm not familiar with him, but he's handled cases in other counties for us. But he should officially have the case very soon.
Well, he needs to go meet with Mr. Waller as soon as he can, and we'll advance Mr. Waller. We'll have him come over here on the 8th to negotiate, and then with the new lawyer. That'll give the new lawyer plenty of time to meet with Mr. Waller. I want to know who the attorney is and when he's scheduled to meet Mr. Waller, okay? You don't have to tell me right now. You just provide the information, so we'll make sure it doesn't drop through the cracks. Mr. Waller is not where he can contact someone, and we need to make sure he gets a contact so he knows what's going on, okay?
Is there any way I can get a bond reduction of any type?
Well, your new lawyer will take a look at that. What is Mr. Waller's bond pretrial?
It's a surety bond,
How much?
15,000.
Mr. Waller, that's a pretty low bond there. Somebody ought to be able to sign it and get approved. They don't have to put any cash up. It just need to be somebody that's worth 15,000 will be willing to sign it and let you out.
Right now, it's only where Taylor Pitcock can sign me out. Can we get that changed?
Judge, what happened was he had initially a $15,000 surety bond. This was one of those cases where you advised myself and Mr. Stockton to see if we could work something out. Taylor Pitcock was the name that I was provided as somebody who would sign the surety bond, and I think she got cold feet and then decided not to do so. So, because I think
It's not restricted, then just her. I mean, anybody.
I think the agreed order we entered said to be signed by her.
We'll send me another one, unrestricted.
Well, let's just void the agreed order. Anybody can come in and make that bond that's approved by the clerk's office. We'll sign the affidavit, state they're worth that much money. And you'll still
go up to Jesse Stockton's and sign it?
No, it comes
approved by him.
No, it doesn't have to be approved by him. You can come here to the clerk's office. Somebody comes here to the clerk's office and presents themselves, okay? And where are you going to be leaving? Where are you going to be living?
It'll be either Burkesville or be Albany. I ain't 100% for sure which one. I will definitely let you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Larry Weiss. Larry Weiss.
I believe he contacted Mr. Sheffield and said that he had received his court notice, but he did not have the ability to get on Zoom.
Okay, well, Mr. Sheffield.
That's correct.
Mr. Sheffield, you have him in person on July the 8th for negotiation, and his next court date will be.
He hasn't been arraigned yet.
Well, okay, have him here on July 15th. But if you want to get a tag along on him to come up here the 8th, see if you can negotiate, but his court date will be July the 15th.
Okay.
Is he out? Can I make an inquiry? Is he out on a bond? Because we had extradited.
And he's done a good job. Jesse, if you'll remember, he was in custody in North Carolina for some reason or another.
Yeah.
And since he got released, he's done a good job of staying in contact with me basically every month to see what's going on with court.
Okay, we'll see him the 15th then.
Okay.
John Earl Ray. Commonwealth versus John Earl Ray, 20 CR 0017. Are you John Earl Ray?
Yes.
Okay, you're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Mr. Sheffield, is this one of your clients?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, I do think we need some clarification on the PSIs, because John had multiple cases and multiple PSIs. And speaking with the jail, they felt like the proper amount of credit time should be 426 days. And if you look at there's two numbers and two different PSIs. If you add them up that do get to that, I just want to clarify that that's the amount of credit that he's actually getting.
Probation and parole, are you on the line now?
Yes, sir.
What do you think about that?
I've got a total of 426, Judge.
That's what that, and we believe that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ray, you get 5 years in indictment 20 CR 0068 and 5 years in 20 CR 0017. The two 5 years terms shall run concurrently with each other and consecutively with 20 CR 0017 for a total of 8 years. Probated 5 years supervised with mental health, compliant with mental health, okay? I need to take a short break here. If we'll go off the record just a second, we'll be right back.
Mr. Ray,
Yes.
I need you to call me before you're released from the jail.
Okay.
I'll talk to Kenny and I'll set that up with him.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, Megan,
Yes.
if we could take, at some point at the end, take Jamie Scott's case back up.
Megan not here. I need to get this signed today. Yeah, Ricky Drive.
Well, Brad, that plea was entered this morning
Right,
on your co-defendant's case.
right. I saw that. Well, I heard it. I didn't see it. But
Yeah, and remind me, we got to get an alternate date from the judge if we can before we quit on Evaner's case. When's it set for right now? The 26th? No,
it's set for
17th.
yeah. Yeah, it's set for the 17th or 18th. I suggest we try to move it back a week.
Well, I'm going to be out the 4th, 5th, and the 6th.
Of what?
August.
Well, if we move it back a week, that'd be the 24th and 25th.
Oh, I thought you meant move it like the 10th, 11th, 12th.
I'd hate for it to be that's our motion week. I'd hate for it to be right,
The week of August the 23rd would be fine with me.
That's fine.
Yeah. It's all right with the judge. It'll be all right.
Glad we got all those revocations settled. That saved us a lot of time today. That would have.
Well, that was just a rash of people that wouldn't go to their meetings, so I thought that was appropriate. They needed more structure. I don't know we'll ever be that lucky again. I just feel bad because Carson hadn't been able to testify today. I've not been able to hear his golden voice.
Oh, yeah, I know he's been wanting
and
to talk.
his revocations.
Well, Jesse, I just feel kind of bad because I feel like I may have dropped the ball a little on some of them. Next time it won't, you'll know about it before it gets that bad. So
okay.
But with COVID and everything, I mean, I don't want to blame it on that, but that didn't help none. So
Well, I think Lady Justice did a good job in those cases myself. Since.
Yeah. I'm just kind of upset. I spent about 6 or 7 hours this week preparing for that trial for next week.
Well, you're ready now. So when we move the date on Mr. Ebner, well, be ready. I'm ready and you're ready. So
we'll be ready to go.
We're ready to go. We need to try.
I've aggravated the DOC to death to make sure I have the right answers. So
Carson, I've spent a lot more than 6 or 7 hours on it. But I'm not going to tell you.
I say you have.
I've spent. It's close to a week's work.
I'm surprised it's not more than that, Jesse, what little bit I know about it.
Well, if I hadn't tried so many cases, it would have probably took me twice that long. No, I don't know. Patty just told me we're on YouTube entertaining everybody, so we'll have to be quiet.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's true. We are on YouTube.
No. Well, I've always wanted to be a YouTube star.
Good gig if you can get it.
Yeah.
You don't have to be especially talented. I can vouch for that from what some of my kids watch.
It is never ending.
Never ending. Huh?
Jesse, I think you'd be a good TikTok star, but
I don't even know what that is, Carson.
It's probably worse than YouTube, so.
Well, Michael Raines has honored us with his presence.
Hey, Megan.
How you doing, Jesse?
Doing good. You okay?
Good. I dreamed you were playing golf the other night.
Well, I hope to before I have to come back to court again.
I think it's because I saw you the other night when I was jogging. I think it was that night.
Hey, I'm getting excited about the football now since we got that transfer.
Yeah, I saw that.
Now, wait a minute. Are y'all talking about Clinton County or Kentucky?
Both.
We
I
got
need to
that
know about that.
We got the linebacker from Ole Miss. We needed him with Chris Oates.
Well, he's not eligible to play for Clinton County, Michael. I got news for you. Ole Miss had the worst defense in the country. I guess he was the one standout.
We got the best player of the worst defense.
Yeah.
Well, that's good because we opened up with Ole Miss, so I'll take it.
He's not been overly coached down there on defense, I don't think, last year. I think he'll get a little better coaching on defense.
We play them Monday night of the first weekend.
Yeah.
Where's that game at? The Georgia Dome?
It's some neutral site, Charlotte or Tampa. I don't know. I'm not even sure.
Okay, let's go back on the record then. Finish with John. Ricky Joe Wright is here in the courtroom. Carrie Roten, you need to turn your camera off, okay?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ricky.
Let's
see. How do I turn it off? Good for you.
Okay, Ricky Joe Wright, Commonwealth versus Ricky Joe Wright, 21 CR 0015. Are you Ricky Joe Wright? Okay, have you been vaccinated, Mr. Wright? Okay, well, you can just leave your mask on. I was gonna let you take your mask off if you had. But we're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You represented by Mr. Shuffett.
It's supposed to have been done, but I'm not saying copy it.
Well, right now it says that Mr. Shuffett is your attorney. That right, Mr. Shuffett?
Yes, I had the case in district court.
Okay, I'm gonna let him stand in for the arraignment. If you want to change lawyers, then you'll need to make some kind of arrangement and we'll release Mr. Shuffett. You can let David Cross or anybody else you want to. Okay, you have a right to remain silent, okay? The grand jury of Clinton County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking and controlled substance first offense, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, possession of marijuana, driving suspended operator's license, and failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle. Mr. Shuffett, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Ricky Joe Wright? Receive indictments, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty for Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Wright. I'm going to send the copies of the indictment and the Commonwealth will send a discovery to Mr. Shuffett. Now, if you want to get another attorney, they need to contact Mr. Shuffett and he'll forward it to you. Okay, you be here on July 8th with your attorney, whoever your attorney is, either Mr. Shuffett or whomever you like, and you'll be back here on July 15th for the next court appearance. But the 8th is the day that you negotiate and find out about your case. And you have to be here both days. You understand that? Okay.
Ricky,
have a nice
can we get a mailing address, Judge, from
Wait
Ricky?
a second. What's a mailing address for you, sir? A mailing address? 656 what road? Cat and Mouse Road. Okay. Okay, well, I won't touch that one there.
That's a Clinton County special, Judge.
You know, it's kind of almost just like Tom and Jerry, right? Or something like that, cat and mouse, I don't know. Okay, well, we'll see you. You'll be up here on the 8th and then again on the 15th, okay? Thank you. Now, is there any case, we just had one case I think that we hadn't dealt with, and that's Mr. Kenny Norris. Is there any other case, Mr. Stockton, that you're aware of?
Your Honor, I had filed a motion to get an alternate trial date on Commonwealth versus Joseph Evner, which is set August the 17th. Me and Mr. Shuffett was hoping to move it a week later. I have a problem with one of the doctors testifying.
Okay, so let me look at that date here. What's the date that you want?
Anytime the week of the 23rd.
Of what month? What month are you talking about?
August. It'd be a week later than what it's set for, if that's all right with the court.
And that's the Evner case?
Yes, Your Honor.
I started on Monday, the 23rd.
Yes.
And we'll do the 23rd to the 25th. Hoping that we'll finish on the 24th, but just for jury selection purposes, okay?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Joseph, they're moving your trial back a week. There was some witness availability issues. I'm planning to come see you on Monday and talk to you about some things, okay?
Okay, well, does that conclude the docket? You have anything else, Mr. Sheffitt?
I've got one more if we go back to it. Jamie Scott was called earlier in the docket. She was not present. A bench warrant was issued with an ROR bond. She's been contacting me during the proceedings. She didn't know anything about it, and I don't know that she knew to try to get on here. I
Why
just want to make.
was she contacting you if she didn't know anything about it?
Well, I guess she found something out about it. She's been calling the clerk's office today.
She received her notice and sent me an email requesting the link, and I emailed it to her.
Okay. Well, I don't know if she was having trouble, but she's been contacting me all court or half the court docket about this. So.
Well, if she'd made any effort to contact us, she wouldn't get arrested, but now she's going to be arrested and have to make an ROR bond. Okay.
Okay.
She'll be back here on the 8th and on the 15th as a condition of her bond. And if she's not here those days, it'll be a little bit more, a larger penalty. Okay. Thank y'all very much. Now, is the child support docket next?
What about Kenny Norris, Your Honor? Did we never
I
did
issued a bench warrant for him.
Okay, thank you.
ROR bond. He was here earlier. I'll give him that much.
Okay.
Hey,
Judge. Yes, I'm inclined to do a criminal summons for him because we know he was here and he waited a couple of hours.
That's fine.
So I'll do a criminal summons for him to be here on the 8th and the 15th because that's what we would have done for him if he'd have been here. Okay.
Judge, I'm going to send an order on Charlotte Barnett. She's to be oriented or in drug court tomorrow. She's at the Wayne County Jail. I'm going to send an order of release for her to be released in the morning so she can make orientation.
Okay, send it here to the clerk's office.
Okay. Melissa, I may email that to you if you're still on.
This is not there, but they, you know.
Brad, she needs a shock probation order as well, is what Mr.
You're right. Well, what was she revoked? I can't remember.
I'm not sure. I just
was that one I filed shock on, or was that? Yes, you're right. She's been revoked. I'll do a shock probation order with her to be released in the morning.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the child support docket first, and then after that we got a short civil docket. The child support docket, Mr. County Attorney, are you there?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. First case is Misty Don Thurman versus Billy Eugene Thurman.
Yes, in this case, this is an arrears only and was ordered to pay $100 a month on arrears, and we're asking that $500 be paid by July the 14th in order to purge itself of contempt.
Okay, do I have that order over here, or are you going to bring them over in a few minutes?
I think.
Madam Judge.
Okay, Megan got them. Okay. Van Winkle versus Van Winkle, 2012 CI 00104.
Yes, Your Honor, in this case, we have an agreed order that's been submitted.
Lahorn versus Lahorn, 14 CI 0034.
Yes, in this case, it's also an arrears only case. The non-custodial parent was ordered to pay $100 a month in arrears. We're asking that $300 be paid on or before July 14th to purge himself of contempt.
Okay. Owens versus Owens.
We have an agreed order in that case, Your Honor.
Will be submitted. Cabinet versus Bowman and others.
Your Honor, we have an agreed order in that case.
Great. Mannis versus Mannis.
Your Honor, in this case, the arrears doing fairly, not too bad. It's $868.24. Ordered to pay $217 a month on current and $50 on arrears. We're asking that $400 be paid on or before July 14th.
Okay, order is submitted. Cabinet versus Copley, rather.
Yes, Your Honor, in this case, Mr. Copley is ordered to pay $375 a month on current, $75 on arrears, and we're asking that $900 be paid on or before July the 14th to purge himself.
Okay. Order submitted. Smith versus Smith.
Your Honor, in this case, ordered to pay $200 a month on current and $50 on arrears, and we're asking if $500 could be paid on or before July the 14th.
Okay. Order submitted. Cabinet versus Dickin.
Your Honor, in this case, we have an agreed order.
Okay, submit to order. Cabinet versus Phillips.
Your Honor, in this case, we've also submitted an agreed order.
Okay, thank you very much. Does that conclude your child support docket?
It does, Your Honor.
Okay, have a nice day.
All right, you too, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the Monroe Circuit Domestic, 1 o'clock call. We ran a little late, but one o'clock call. It's Martin versus Roten. Okay, this is a domestic and interpersonal violence petition here. Miss, I guess, Rexy Crawford, Bellamy Roten, and the petitioner was Charlie Graves Martin. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the respondent is Mr. Kerry Roten, who I see on there. Mr. Martin, you raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, will you make your statement now? You've had some time to reflect upon this. What's your desire?
Well, what I would like to do, Your Honor, is drop the EPO.
Yeah, and could you tell me why?
Well, he has sought help, reached out, and been going to the doctor, taking medication.
Okay, wait.
And,
I don't want to go into too much personal detail. We'll protect the personal.
Okay.
But you're satisfied that Mr. Roten, you need to turn your camera back on. You're convinced that Mr. Roten is making every effort he can to modify his previous conduct. Mr. Roten, are you there?
I do.
Mr. Roten, are you there? Is your camera on? Well, Mr. Roten has been there all the time. I don't see him on camera now. Mr. Roten. There he comes back on.
Okay, my back, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, turn your camera on, Mr. Roten.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm afraid there's something kicked off there and it just went to, well, I'm pushing my camera button. It won't let me do it again. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Roten.
Yes, sir.
Without going into any detail, Ms. Martin has said that she's satisfied that you're making efforts to resolve some issues with anger and other things like that.
Yes, sir.
She wants to drop it. Now, do you think that you can act appropriately and stay away and observe, give her space and things that she's asked for in the past?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll sign the document. Mr. Roten, you know, you need to keep your emotions and everything in check. I know it's hard sometimes. Ms. Martin, so you're absolutely sure that this is what you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we'll enter the order. Thank y'all very much, and I hope
Thank you. Have a good
things
day.
I hope things go well for both of you, okay?
Thank you so
Have a good
much.
day.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye. Okay, this is the civil docket that we'll go to.
Judge, it's not
Yeah.
scheduled to 1:30.
Yeah, well, I like to be early, so I'll just go off for a second. Take a 11 and a half minute lunch break here, and we'll be back on the docket at 1:30. Thank you very much.